In actuality, we are interdependent. You are in relationship with everything. Right now, you are in relationship with technology as you listen to this broadcast. You're in relationship with other people, places, and things. You're in relationship ultimately with God's creation. And so our emotions allow us to gauge relationship. Whether relationships are going well and we have positive emotion. When relationships are not going so well, we have negative emotions. When relationships are homostatic, where they are even or they are neutral, we have relationships that can be stagnant. Our emotions give meaning to all types of interactions in all relationships. And so what I would like to talk to you today about, specifically within our emotional immune system, is shame. Shame, in the context of our emotional immune system, is equivalent to a fever. And so a fever is good. A fever is your body telling you that something is wrong within itself, within its system. And so shame acts in the same way. Shame informs you that either you have done something wrong or that something has gone wrong in creation. And so toxic shame is the shame that says you are bad or you are wrong. You yourself, you as a human being are a disgrace. It's toxic shame. But healthy shame is the signaling that something has gone wrong or that you've done something wrong. That is very different from guilt. Ideally, guilt is a legal term that you have done something wrong. And guilt does not necessarily equal shame in the context of our conversation. And so, you can be guilty. You could have committed a wrong. However, you may not experience shame, the experience of that I've done something wrong. And so when we think about shame and it being the fever of our emotional immune system, we can think about Adam and Eve. And so we read in Genesis that they were naked and they felt no shame. And so when we read that, we can say, according to our definition of shame, that there was nothing wrong in creation and they had done nothing wrong. And then later on we read that they disobeyed God, their eyes were open, they realized they were naked, and they were afraid and hid. And so when we think about what shame does, it comes from a Latin word that means to hide. It creates in us this sense of disgust. But when shame is used properly, it allows us to know that we have done or that something has gone wrong in creation. And so when we look at Adam and Eve, at the end of Genesis 2, they were naked and they felt no shame. I like to consider that a healthy self-awareness. They were able to reflect and look upon themselves and look within, if you will, and there was nothing wrong. And so they were able to accept what they experienced of themselves. And then later on it says that their eyes were open and they realized they were naked. And that is a sense of unhealthy or a self-consciousness. This sense of, I see what's going on inside, I don't like it, and I want to hide it from myself, and I also don't want others to see it. And so when we think about shame, and when we think about toxic shame, we can look at it in two different ways. We can look at it as a self-awareness, that this fever is bringing some self-awareness to us, or we can look at self-consciousness, which is a toxic way of looking at it, whereas we don't like what we see and we want to hide from ourselves and from other people. And so those two things can lead to either self-focus or a self-centeredness. And so self-focus is this idea that I can look at myself and place myself in the bigger picture and see how I am being experienced in the greater narrative or the bigger scope of things. However, self-centeredness places myself at the center of things, and I become aware of how I'm experiencing everything and everyone else while ignoring my impact on other people. And so when you look at those two things, at some level they all mean the same thing, but just for the sake of our conversation, I want to place them juxtaposed against one another. So this self-awareness, a healthy sense of shame, can lead you to a self-focus, whereas this self-consciousness, an unhealthy sense of shame, can lead you to self-centeredness. And that's within yourself. But as I just mentioned, we are not independent and we are interdependent. Therefore, since we are in relationship with other people and the rest of creation, there is an impact that the world, our culture, our parents, our family, our friends have on us. And so for the sake of our conversation, as Black people, as African Americans in this culture, we have largely been abused as a culture. And so one of the main ways I want to highlight that we've been abused within our cultural context is simply gaslighting. We have been made to think that we are crazy, and that can take a toll on your emotional and mental health. That can really wear down and break down your emotional immune system, where you are constantly being sent or receiving messages of shame, toxic shame, I will say. And so gaslighting is this idea that in light of the facts, in light of reality of you being abused, you are made to think that you are deserving of the abuse. And so we see this very thing being played out amongst women. If a woman has been assaulted, we say, well, what was she wearing? As if what she wears justifies the assault. Or we see this thing very daily being played out amongst African Americans and Black people being killed by police when someone is brutally murdered. We are reported, or we are shown all of the bad things that they may have accumulated over their life up until this point, as if to say these things that they've done in the past, and in most cases have served the consequences or are serving the consequences for, justify their life being taken. And so that's gaslighting. And so we enter into a real place of abuse where the abuser, in this sense, the dominant culture, has begun to switch the narrative or change the narrative in such a way that we no longer believe our very own eyes. In light of the facts, in light of reality, we walk away thinking, oh, we must have deserved this type of treatment. Or we begin to apologize for things that we have not deserved, and we have begun to justify treatment at the hands of our abuser. And so when you think about all these things, counseling and therapy is a large help, because then we can be put in a context, hopefully that is safe, and where we can begin to explore these things. We can begin to build a secure base with another person that can help us sort out the narrative. And so I like to look at counseling simply as you deciding to go places in your heart that you normally would not go. And not only are you going there, you are taking a witness with you. And so if you think about when something breaks in your home that needs repair, and that thing that needs repair affects your entire home. So like your heating and cooling system, it affects your entire home. So you recognize that something isn't right with the air, the heating, and the cooling. And therefore, you need to go down into the basement, to the furnace, to take a look. Not only are you going to go down there, but you're going to take an expert with you as you all look. And you normally would not go to this part of your house. Not only that, on your way down there, or maybe when you get there, you recognize and you see other things that may need attention. And you see other things that may not be related to your heating and cooling system, but they also are due for maintenance. And so when you go into counseling, you are beginning to take someone and you are beginning to go into places in your heart that you normally wouldn't go. And when you do that, you're going to find things that you normally wouldn't see, or things that you have put away, that you forgot about, that you may have suppressed. You're also going to be able to see things from a different perspective because you have an expert with you pointing out things that you normally wouldn't give attention to in your heart. And so I like to think of counseling as a relationship where someone is able to tell you things that the world may be telling you, but now you can hear it. So a counselor can tell you things in such a way that you are able to hear. Or maybe in a counseling relationship, you are being told things that the world just won't tell you for whatever reason. And so it is not until we are in a place where we feel understood that we're actually in position to change. And so once we have taken someone into our heart and they actually see what our heart entails, and they understand and they relay or convey a sense of understanding, it's not until then that we're actually in position to make change. And that starts with your narrative and telling your story and having someone to hear your story. So just like your emotional immune system works, your fever, your shame, is actually how you begin to recognize that something that I've done or something in my life or in this world is wrong. And so when we look at just the interpersonal immune system, we can begin to see that you don't change feelings with thoughts. In fact, you change feelings with feelings. And so counseling experts call this a corrective emotional experience. And so you're having that experience as you tell your narrative. And so in light of the conversation on abuse, we experience trauma. And so trauma is just this devastating thing that overwhelms you to an extent, whether it's chronic, long-term, or whether it's acute, short, and impactful, but it influences you or impacts you in such a way that your system is overwhelmed and you're unable to cope. And so your body and your brain is so magnificent and so intricate that it is able to shut down certain processes, and it's able to advance or heighten other processes. And so these are typically called traumatic responses or trauma responses. Two in particular that are helpful in understanding our response to trauma is, one, you have the left brain response, which is your left brain is responsible for your logic, your reason, your narrative, your autobiographical memory, and your right brain is responsible for your experiential, your emotion, your emotional memory. And so in some people's trauma response, their emotional brain lowers, their right brain lowers. And some people, their left brain lowers. And so what happens is the two halves of your brain stop communicating with each other around that event. And therefore, you may have a situation where you remember all the facts, all the information, all the data, step by step from A to Z. However, you don't have an emotional memory of it. So as you tell your story, you actually don't have an emotional response to a situation that can be seen or heard by others, and they'll have an emotional response, but you won't. And on the flip side, you may not have an actual memory or a narrative about the situation, but just beginning to try to remember what happened, you have an emotional response and you become overwhelmed with emotion to the point where you actually cannot talk about it, or you begin to shut down because you don't want to experience or re-experience those emotions again. And that is where self-awareness comes into play. Because as you begin to tell your narrative, we are created in such a unique way that we have thoughts about our feelings as well as feelings about our thoughts. And so as you tell your narrative in counseling or in therapy, or if you just have a very helpful friend that is able to attune and join and listen to you, you are then able to wed these two together. As you begin to relive and retell and rethink about your narrative and your story, you also get to experience your listener as they experience your story. And so we call this just narrative integration, where you are integrating your narrative. You are integrating different parts of yourself. You're integrating different cultures that you may have existed in and that you may have been influenced by, as well as you're integrating your history and your cultural history. So when you think about the counseling relationship, it is such a relationship that I would recommend that if you are watching this, that you engage or begin to engage in some type of therapy and counseling. One, because it is likely that you have seen or heard of a brutal murder or killing. Unfortunately, it's inescapable at this point. I'm going to argue that you've heard of multiple of these instances, and one is enough to encourage someone to seek counseling or therapy. And the way we've been bombarded by these images and these stories and these videos, I would highly recommend it, even if you don't think or feel that you need it right now. So one, especially if you don't think or feel you need it, it'll be good to go in and develop a relationship with a therapist and a counselor. And that way, when things get rough, or you do feel like you've reached a point where, hey, I could use some counseling, you already have a relationship with the person, and the therapist has already built a relationship with you, and you all can get right to work when things get rough. And so, in general, in light of integrating our narrative, we must understand that the healthcare systems in our country and our culture have not been kind to us. And so, generally speaking, we have a mistrust in the system. Some of us have experiences that directly lead to us mistrusting. Others, we've just heard about the mistrust, and that mistrust has been passed down from one generation to the next. And so, while I'm not saying blindly look for or seek counseling, I am asking that you use wisdom in seeking out therapists and counselors. Therefore, you can begin to integrate the history of the mistreatment of Black people at the hands of people that are trained, and at the hands of people who are said to have our best interests. So historically, they just have not. And so I'm not asking you to ignore that as you seek professional help. I'm asking you to seek professional help in light of that. So as you begin to tell your own narrative, and as you begin to seek professional help in that way, just know that we have not always been able to trust the help and the helping professionals that have promised to be on our side. And at the same time, we can go in confidently knowing what to look for and knowing how to look for professionals that will be helpful to us. And so on this Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, as we celebrate and we take time to care for ourselves mentally and emotionally, there are 4 ways or 4 steps that I want to offer to you in light of or in the context of change. And one is just locating and becoming aware of the pain. And so as you begin to face your own narrative, the narrative of your culture, the narrative of Juneteenth and Emancipation Day, it's going to be tough. And as we think about trauma and abuse, I'm asking you to run towards the hard spots. I'm asking you to run towards the difficult emotions. It's like if I was getting ready to be bit by a dog and the dog was lunging out to bite me, I could either snatch my hand away and hope that I get away, but it's likely he's going to grip his teeth in my hand. Or as the dog lunges towards me, I can stick my hand down its throat, forcing it to gag and therefore release my hand. So no doubt about it, either way it's going to hurt, but it's going to hurt much less if I face it and stick my hand down its throat, forcing it to gag. And that's how I want you to approach your difficult, your hard, your tough parts of your narrative in such a way that you get through it and not try to get over it or around it. And getting through it allows you to tell your story. And so you want to locate and become aware of the pain. And as you go towards it, you're going to amplify the pain. And so that simply means you just reflect on it. As you begin to tell your story, tell it as many times as you need to. This is why a counselor can be so useful, because they are trained to hear the same stories over and over. They're actually trained to help you tell them in different ways, in a way that is not void of the facts and the reality, but in a way that is most helpful for you. And so as you amplify, you can reflect on it. And then you can apply pressure. And you apply pressure by understanding. You begin to understand why our people did the things that they did, why they straightened our hair as children or your parents' hair as children instead of letting them go natural. You begin to understand that that was the best opportunity for success in their community. And we begin to understand, as painful as it may be, that the church was the only hope. And so now when a person says, pray about it, we can look back and understand, well, are they really praying? Or is that just a thought that they have and they saying they're thinking about it? And so we want to encourage you to begin to understand how some of these trends and narratives and things took place, because it's important to know. There are a lot of stereotypes within the culture and within the community that we just pass on without understanding where they started from. And so as you begin to maintain pressure in understanding the narrative, you can leverage this pain by confronting it, asking it questions, asking yourself, where did I learn that from? Hopefully, if you find a good counseling therapist, they will begin to ask you those tough questions. And as you begin to confront the things of your past, the things of your culture, you can begin to change because you'll have an understanding of it. You would have reflected on it, and you would have located it in such a way. So this Juneteenth, this Emancipation Day, as we celebrate and as we begin to move forward in this most critical time, I am asking you from a mental and emotional health standpoint to pursue fullness. And that means telling your story about who you are within the greater story of Juneteenth in light of the greatest story, Jesus Christ. So when we think about shame, counseling experts and psychologists say that shame is unlike any other emotion. With sadness, I can cry and pout. With anger, I can stomp and yell and shout. With joy and happiness, I can scream, I can laugh, I can smile, and those emotions will be dissipated. But with shame, the experts say that only with an unconditional, non-judgmental acceptance from another human being can shame be dissipated. And so, as believers, we can say that Jesus has taken that judgment. He has taken our shame, and therefore we are accepted in Jesus Christ. Thank you, and happy Emancipation Day. We celebrating. Thank you for taking time to watch this, and thank you to the witness for putting on this great event all day long. I love you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joel Leon. I am a storyteller, writer, performing artist, born and raised in the Bronx. And I tell stories to Black people. I'm here today, honored really to be here today for this very important Juneteenth event. I've been asked to share some work, and this work lives under the umbrella premise of free to be. I was asked to share what my free to be statement is, and I think free to be Black. It is, I think, the statement for me that encapsulates all that is needed in order for us to feel what true freedom looks like, that lives outside of the circumstantial ways our oppressors and our oppression has tried to confine and define us as human beings. There are a multitude of ways for us to live and express our Blackness, and I think Juneteenth is a collective celebration of that. We have Miles Davis playing in the background. So, I'm going to share some pieces with you all. I hope they meet you in spirit and greet you in spirit. And if you're looking at the T-shirt and wondering where this is from America Hates Us. You can find them on Instagram and Twitter. So one of the first pieces I want to share is a piece that I wrote in dedication to an individual who was instrumental in my process of writing and my process of storytelling as a storyteller, and that is my tribute to Toni Morrison. The works that you're going to be hearing today are from a larger collection of work, that was written with the idea of helping us get free and radical explorations of love, a work that I'm hoping to soon see published. So this is Love as Toni Morrison. So, fairy tales, make believe. She was my favorite story, except she was not. She was real, she was alive, and now she is not. Upon receiving the news from my partner, my first thought was not Toni, anybody but Toni. I hadn't written an essay in months, mainly because I'd been busy, and mainly because I'd been tired, and mainly because I'd been bored, mainly because I had not had words in me that felt like they needed to be somewhere else other than in my notes, other than in my notebook, the one I carry on flights and into rooms when people don't generally look like me, speak like me, think like me. And then Toni died. And now I have so many words. I have so many things. I have so much I want to share about our majesty, our queen, our lightning bolt. I needed more time, I think. I thought I would have it. I thought Toni would live forever. I thought I would run into her on my book tour or see her in a Whole Foods, and we would both reach for a peach or an apple or a piece of ourselves in the same aisle and smile because that's what Black people do. I watched the documentary with my partner and I ate popcorn and ordered a sandwich because New York City still has posh spots where viewing cinema is seen as an art. The brother at the counter gave me 2 free bags of chips. I remember because he was kind and his hands were sweaty, and I thought, of course, this man must know I am going to see Toni because Black folks don't be up in here a lot. And when we see each other, we acknowledge one another. It's universal. It is our Morse code. It is our sign language. I say all of this because Toni acknowledged us all the time. All of her work, from The Bluest Eye to Jazz to Song of Solomon to Beloved to Sula, were all acknowledging our space, our presences, our blackness, the complexities and nuance of our existence, and how that translated into humaning more holistically. Stories. So many stories. Stories of black men flying and of towns built by and of blackness and of slaves saving generations. These stories will be bestsellers again, and the libraries will run out of room. We will reread these stories and tell them to our nieces and grandchildren and ask them to remember her for us when we leave too, because Toni cannot be forgotten. We need her to be more than a memory. Toni was not supposed to die, not today. It is raining here in New York City, and I can look outside of my office and see people who maybe do not know who Toni is, who Toni was, what Toni did. And that is hard to translate with a written word. We need thunder, we need earthquakes, we need more. Look at how big we feel now because of her. Who were we to think we could be bigger than the page? She did. She saw us before we did. She explained us in both glory and pain and growth and shame. All of us, unshaven legs, biracial wants, two dark needs, bleeding hearts, using the stars to find our way home. There was no white gaze, only blackness, only us. Toni took our stories, these characters, right from our homes, from inside our kitchens, our living rooms, took the conversations, the deaths, the births, took our endless running, our tears and fights and sex and grief and smiles and blackness, and made murals, tributes out of them. Toni questioned everything. Toni lifted everything. Toni owned everything. All the space, all the English, all the land. She was all of us. And in every book, there were secrets. There were little pieces of us in everything, baked into all the words, all the breaths. She was a master. And every day, all I ever do is try and write like Toni Morrison. And every day I fail. I can never get the syntax right, the memories right, the distance between lives right. She was glorious. She was a giant, is a giant. I will spend the rest of my life trying to write like Toni, and I will never write like Toni. A Twitter friend of mine mentioned that Toni's sage advice would probably be to write like me. But why? I don't have an answer for that. Why keep writing like me when I can strive for more than perfect Toni? I keep writing poems for Toni, to Toni. I keep starting and restarting because it never feels like enough. I keep looking for other words. Oh, thesaurus be damned. I have a poem where I say, who are we without our vices? And I wonder now, who are we without our voice, the voice, without the voice of Toni? And I will not have an answer. And maybe she would not have been happy with that, but that is the best I can do. Toni died today, not yesterday or last year or 2 moons ago, but today. So I will grieve at work, at home, at a coffee shop, or in my mirror when I stare at all the stars scarring my body, at my black body. I will grieve on the train. I will grieve in the rain. I will grieve in the shower. I will grieve for hours. And I will try and find her in windows and elderly black women's faces. I will see her in aunties and the sister who rings me up in the supermarket. I will keep trying to write for her, trying to find her and place her. Toni made me want to be more. Toni made me want to be blacker, to be better, to be broader, to be bigger. I didn't want to be a doctor, a lawyer, an NBA player growing up. I wanted to be Toni Morrison. Being just like Toni didn't mean writing books and being lauded as the greatest of our generation. It wouldn't be about that, about Nobel Prizes, not until much later. It was about her style of prose, the way she took words and punctuation, our language, shifted them, rearranged them, made words and fragments and thoughts better. I didn't want to be any of the things I mentioned before. Toni made me want to start from scratch. Toni made me want to burn all of my notebooks. Toni made me want to keep all of my notebooks, rewrite again, and again, and again until I found what was missing. Toni made me want to be more. Tony made me want to reassign the definition of home, to find it in every nook and arm and bent elbow and lost love. Tony made me want to count the days better, to look out the windows, to smell things, to touch the world better, and to make everything into art. And the art could become a triumphant symphony or a synonym for something that is not living or still dying, or the clothesline clothes drying hardly in a sun that is not as far removed from us as we thought. Tony made me want to be blacker, to be better, to be broader, to be bigger. Tony took commas, replaced them with periods, left semicolons out, added question marks, edited everything, bled into everything. She left no page clean, everything burned, everything reformed. Toni Morrison was teaching us, all of us, to take our skin and marry it, to take our tone and let it vibrate. Tony was teaching us how to be black. I wrote that piece the day that I found out Toni Morrison had died. Still probably my favorite writer of all time. And when I talk about my favorite writers, it's generally Jay-Z, Biggie, Nas, Toni Morrison, Nikki Giovanni, Sonia Sanchez. That's like my collection of folks. So I hope that resonated with y'all. The next piece I'm going to share, I'm trying to think, what is that going to be? This is very free flowing. Like, I knew what I was going to read, but I didn't know what order things were going to show up in. I also wasn't planning on playing Miles Davis in the background, but here we are. It's Juneteenth. So I think this is actually important. A piece that I started working on. And essentially, it talks about art and the idea of art potentially allowing us to save the world. My partner just walked in. Hi, Bria. She has a sleeping baby with her. We're keeping this is very real. This is Juneteenth right here. This current piece is love as poetry. And really the idea behind this work is the belief that poetry, I think personally anyway, poetry can and will save the world. So everything in the world feels like it is burning. This is not Burning Man, a new TV show, a plan for a diet, infomercials. We are all in this boat that we had no plan to be in, watching the shore and wondering what next. The questions we ask are clinging to answers tied to science, rooted in vaccinations and GoFundMes and donation pledges. Our faith has left office and now sits with R&B singers and Hollywood power couples. We are dancing for salvation, painting for salvation. We are performing and doing acrobatics in our living rooms, holding handstands. We are in our churches, mass over our noses, praying for a Bible to come from the front row with a benediction, thinking it will rain on us. An offering at our feet so thick, so deep in pedagogy that it would misdirect whatever is falling from the sky. In all of this, we can see the religion beautifully encrusted in the hands of the artist. The ones who are alive when things like government, like AIDS, like SARS, like atom bombs and Jim Crow and internment camps tell us to stay home. When concentration camps and bickering between parties becomes podcast press. In these times, art has been the beacon. Right there, laying on the surface of it all, though, is a poem. Because there is a poem in everything. I have seen it happen often. The scattering of words that happens when we have been afforded the time to be amongst all of the dreary. The days get to bend with poems. They get to take shape in our hands into specially crafted molds that take the everything we find unsufferable and put it into a language, into a context we get to understand on our own terms and embrace. This is where the poem ends and we begin. I have read poems about suffrage, about Pokemon, poke bowls, about bowel movements, about hand sanitizer and couch cushions, about being comfy and being a cougar, about being negligent, about rape and race and radical love, and all those things have a reason to live and exist. When the world became cold, poems became the affable, still resonated, still pictures of us, borderline everything on the DSM scale, but making it poetry. People are dying. They are hurting and are worried about their futures, about pensions and pennies they never saved, and the voice notes they forgot to send. And how can we reconcile that? We all rot, all ducking the drowning that happens when the drought is over and the overboard becomes as heavy and weighty as the idea of floating away. It is then that we can pick up the dusty pen and notepads and search for the meaning behind whatever is shaking us down. Because we are all poets. We are all alchemists, all have a poem lingering, wistful and watery, buoying us through the tough times, the tranquil ones, through the trough and trials, being a martyr, and just a speck of matter on a glass. Every poem I have loved started in a person first, and that has made me want to see the world differently. It has made me want to hold my daughters higher than the sky could ever permit. Poems allow us the luxury to do that. When I was poor, poems made me feel as if I didn't have to be. That no money would never matter because my voice had reason. Poems subdue doubt, are genderless, genreless, odorless, all of the joy that truly binds us two together. We can look at the dust on the blinds, the curtain drapes, and the luster that happens when the sun comes in just before your afternoon drip coffee run. I've seen poems happen in elevators when no one thought anyone was looking, poems scribbled in bold on the tongues of strangers, in headphones inaudible, poems dragged to the front of the bookshelf by the back of the hardcover spines, the prettiest of pretty poems I saw in high school in English class. The first time I heard pixie and fairy used in anything but a Disney show was out of a white girl named Anastasia's mouth. Her language was Bob Dylan and Fiona and grunge. It was dirt under nails and the balls of her feet and sweet clementine twixt the palate. There were Drew Barrymore girls in my drama classes too, and Black me was confused. I could hear dishes crashing and breaking when she read, and I heard that noise and thought I never heard words crackle under someone's jaw from someone's knuckles like that. I had been reading Nas, been studying Jay-Z, had been memorizing Joe Budden before he became a millennial Biden, was reciting Jadakiss and Andre Benjamin like English lit, tracking and tracing my up until Anastasia started spinning. Poetry changed my world then. The first time I heard Carlos Gomez talk about words as weapons, as Gaza, as Palestine, as borders, I knew flesh was incomparable to script. Saul Williams made me want to slam everything, my notebook, my job, my father, my abuser, my exes, presidents, city council persons. Nikki Giovanni made me want to call my mother, to look at everything, to be a Black man like the ones I saw in Jim Brown's First Down stances. Sonia Sanchez made me want to make love, to make planets, to make my bed, but with ginger instead of blankets. Jack Kerouac made me want to learn American. Allen Ginsberg made me want to be un-American. Common told me rap is a chapbook. All the poems were all different. As different as my classmates, as my bullies, as the gang colors we memorized in the backs of composition notebooks, the ones with the multiplication tables by the metrics. We would mutilate ourselves into poems. We would remember our slave masters with poems. We would cry to R&B songs, talk to hummingbirds, travel to palm trees, rub palm oil on everything with poems. Poems taught us how to talk to girls, how to talk non-binary, how to bring someone to your mother, how to learn how your mother crocheted her way through life, made a machete out of all the moons they would. All of these poems matter to me. They matter to us now more than ever. Tall poems, tiny poems, about humans, about ponies, peonies, things hinged on what we will opine about later. Ugly poems, bright poems, big poems, small poems, all confronting problems as contorted as those problems may be and holding them up to the light. Every poem is an opportunity to re-examine what we are pulled toward, what we are trained to see, what triggers shoot at us first and read rights later that drain us. Poems have pierced our ears, nursed our parents. When I wanted to die, I wrote a poem. Then I wrote poems. Then I read poetry. And even the things that didn't make sense reset themselves. Poetry has saved my life, has saved many lives. That has not changed and will not change. So please, write all the poems now and often. Break them open with your teeth, with a pen. Take them from the pit of the stomach and shout them out. Make them loud. Poetry will be our greatest soundtrack. Our ears to the streets. Soapboxes replete with box sets of the latest and greatest from street corner church revivers, from porno turned photo all-stars, from those that study genetics and the laws of tea and pottery. Poets grow stems, do STEM research, make masks, wear masks for safety, for optical illusions, do makeup tutorials, get breast lifts, deadlift essays, and shine shoes. Poets will clean from windows, practice hang time, hang themselves from windows, from branches, will hang their art on cars, on their graves, on their teacher's tombstone. A poem is a dancer, a seed in a pomegranate, the eruptions in Pompeii. Poems, they are pompous, derivative of the bourgeoisie and the burdened. Poems are about politics, about anonymous people and the private parts that they love. The world is changing. Poems are not. Poems, still deified, still dying, still dripping in the sweat of ancestors. Poems are slaying dragons. They are saving us even still. Poems will save the world. You know, as an artist, I feel like any, especially for us as Black folks, I think anytime we're showing up for ourselves in joy, in bliss, in conversation, in community, is an act of protest, is an act of rebellion. And so I encourage all those who are maybe hesitant or unsure how they can and should show up to look at the ways in which you show up in your daily life and how that can potentially assist the movement and assist the work that's happening on the ground and in the streets. So if that's donations because you have the funds, that's fine. If that's maybe making signs for the protesters, go ahead and do that. If that means you're making food before or after, if you're feeding protesters, if you're housing protesters, if you're giving protesters rides to and from, whether it be to protest or even just to wherever they need to go, the next destination. We all have a place in the movement. I very much compare it to church, right? You know, like you have a congregation and you have a pastor, and one facilitates the other, right? You can't have a pastor without a church, without a body of individuals who are seeking the word, who are seeking ways to find the word. You need parishioners, right? You need a church band, hopefully a good one. But part of the work is recognizing that we all have a place in this, and there's no wrong way to protest. You know, when we talk about looting and things of that sort, I always want us as a community, as a collective, to be mindful of the fact that the United States government, America, has looted the lives and stories and property of Black folks for generations. And so looting is not, looting is derivative of that. Looting comes from that place, and the context of that is important. But finally, what I wanted to close with is what I think kind of encapsulates the work that I'm doing, and hopefully the work that I think the movement is doing and progressing towards. And it's really about using and looking at love, radical love, really, as a means to get us free, as a means of our liberation, and moving away from just the notion that love lives in the romantic space, but love has the potential to change the world. Love has the potential to activate movement in a serious and profound way. So this final piece that I'm sharing is love as freedom. That was a doorbell. It's okay, baby. And we start this by I'm going to share a quote from Dr. Robin D.G. Kelly from his book Freedom Dreams, which was recommended to me by the lovely sister Dr. Chanel Bell. Um, Freedom and love may be the most revolutionary ideas available to us, and yet as intellectuals we have failed miserably to grapple with their political and analytical importance. And that again is Dr. Robin D.G. Kelly. Prince has been on my mind lately. Before Minneapolis began its fiery procession, his piano version of Mary Don't You Weep, feeling like part funeral, part holy matrimony of the ghost we forgot to bury. I wonder what the Purple Wonder would have to say about what it is and what it isn't. I wonder what his keys were trying to tell us. This androgynous black man reveling in the art of his joy and the sense that his purpose was intertwined with an unimagined living we had yet to understand. He wrote slave on his cheeks, and we saw the world ask him about his masters, and him being the fox, being the mirror, told the world that the conversation was bigger than record sales. It was about his freedom. His freedom to see things outside of the box created for others like him, the ones who don't always live long enough to see what their version of freedom looks like. Today is not what yesterday was. The deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery have shown that. All of this language suggesting this is a new normal fail to see what it looks like to birdwatch and have fear provoke violence. Language can be violent, can be compliant, can be raised in the form of a cross burning, can resemble the same feeling of an overheard imaginary whistle signaling a lynching. What is a lynching anyway? What does it look like to put language to a massacre? We say their names both in protest and in love, looking for ways to justify these murders. All the love in the world cannot justify these murders. We use our feet, our hands, our human shields of a heart to lean into community when the breaking is harder than the bondage, to break the chains that have authored our existence, to create a thought grander than the looted land that has been laid before us, of something as hardy as the manifestation that is yet to become, all of us coming together, our collective thoughts when rooted in love, becoming a poem. That poem, reeling from the lack of, can turn into a riot if we let it. A riot and protest, both holy and free in its shape and design, can be the fiery flung burning of a register, a registry, a Target, a Walmart, a fancy store with fancy lighting and a fancy name that appeals to the masses. And there can be an intangible thing that sits alive in all of that. And we breathe that poem that turned into a riot, that mutated into riot gear, can also be the same place where we revisit ancestral heritage and loss, the loss of life, of time, of opportunity. In the midst of all of this, we can twist our fingers together and promise to love each other more than we ever have before. This is not imaginary or ethereal, but as real as mouth, as a protest, as the change needed to move from flicker to flame. And that flame we stoke can become our freedom. And freedom, liberation in our times of asphyxiation and ominous shooting deaths of solo black joggers, is radical. This moment, this sort of freedom requires more from us than the inspection of political systems and the deconstruction of police states and capitalism. This moment doesn't call for more troops, more armored officers, but de-escalation. It calls for a narrative that is inclusive of freedom for all marginalized communities. Protests and looting are a direct result of a lack of freedom. A revised and clearer version of freedom of this magnitude will require more than a rolled sleeve, more than what oppressed peoples have used to guide our work. This freedom, anchored by the work of the movement of the angry who have seen their toiling outsourced for media bites and hashtags, requires a new level of unbelievable courage. This freedom requires love, a new, daring kind of love, a nude love, no longer hidden but openly protruding from the scabs and scars of both our past and present. This freedom asked of a love so radical that what we were told should be is forced to shift what could be. A could be that can exist if we learn to love ourselves in a way that is greater than our oppression. Our freedom can be as vast and as enduring as the hate of our oppressors. Who are we without the hearts that beat inside of us, without the patterns of the earth that show and shape how we engage with circumstance, with sound and surroundings? This love, this freedom is a giving without expectancy. This loving minus the need of reciprocity or understanding, but a demand of resonating power. These feelings not dependent on outcomes, no longer succumbing to the lack of a solid knowing, but in the obtuse ways we can show up in and for love, regardless of where that love lands us. This is radical love. In this radical love, we get to build and rebuild the community we want to imagine. We get to make the art we need in order to drive the narrative. We get to love who we want. We get to bend and break the rules to defy gravity. We get to be who we always said we were: brilliant, normal, exceptional, gifted, fragile, free. This radical love sits plainly in opposition of all things current and pushes us to envision worlds replete with ways to reform and defund police departments or get rid of them entirely. Quell voter suppression with a revamped approach to equity across social, economic, and educational spaces. This love very much lives in the same vein of Bell Hooks' ethos and Audre Lorde's poetry and James Baldwin's theory, all of them asking us directly, succinctly, beautifully, why not us? Why not now? How do we show up for ourselves and our community in a way that opens the door for an empathetic approach to how we tend to our progress, without flattening the heat required to uproot oppression on all levels? The expressive nature of radical love allows for those who are truly in it, who sit in its space, who have carved out limb and bone and rib to create more room for its luster, to become love through the process of living it. We get to embody the freedom we desire. We get to embrace the thought of true Black liberation, wholly and fully inclusive of trans, queer, and non-binary liberation in that same sequence. The layers of love and empathy are tied together, sometimes neatly, sometimes in a messy bun. What I love about radical love is how nuanced its flavor can be. It can be fire for war, water for thirst, can also be the fire for riot, for change. Upheaval is never clean. If love is and was a machine, and we are taking cues from said machine, the ways in which we push for and continue to imagine and reimagine the potential possibilities for a more expressive, more active, more radical love grow with each march, each protest, and each movement. Radical love is fully expressive. Radical love says our capacity for flight, for rising above our given circumstances, is only limited in our ability to exist beyond the physical barriers to our spiritual freedom. To live and love radically is also to dream radically. The poignant work of Robin D.G. Kelly lays out a template in Freedom Dreams, where he explores the intersections of a radical belief in both freedom and love to secure our futures. To get free, we are going to have to go progressively inward. Radical love allows us to challenge the systems that we are forced to operate within so we do not become victims of them. A radical love is real freedom, is a boundless source of empowered thinking and being that affords us a real opportunity to imagine what it could feel like to live outside the confines of modern oppression. Radical love means we get to look at decolonizing language, infrastructure, laws, our lives, our freedom. Our freedom lies in the practice of love, in our capacities to love radically. A radical love is accountable, holds up all the mirrors to the past and future, making waves and making way for new approaches to how we not only see government, but potentially how we see ourselves. Radical love allows us to redefine how we have been told to see everything from a state and local level, providing an openness for healthier debate and dialogue, not flimsy in its approach, but fluid in how we decide to obtain our freedom. Radical love recognizes that we cannot want freedom but expect the bondage of others. We cannot want peace but choose war. We cannot scream for love but preach hate. Our freedom cannot exist without a radical love aligned with it. A radical love means we do not have to justify our living, our space, our circumstance, our being, spirit, or heart to anyone. We are a beating, living, breathing, powerful instrument of service and love from the highest of authorities. This radical love gives us the opportunity and the autonomy to walk in the fullness of our purpose while also demanding change. We are capable. Our hearts have the capacity for more opportunity, more love, more growth than we could ever imagine. My hope is we can all find some semblance of this freedom on this journey, with radical love guiding the ways we process and show up for the work that lies ahead in dismantling a long-standing American system of tactful oppression, deceit, and disharmony amongst both its states and citizens. That we can take the hard parts of our struggle and soften how we see and engage with it. All of us are deserving of this sort of love, of peace, of nourishment. And so, this radical love gets to feel like everything we thought we would never have. Must feel like synergy, like breakfast in bed. Must feel like dawn. Must feel like divinity. Must feel like the first breath. Must feel like a blood moon. Must feel like atoms breaking. Must feel like fireflies in mason jars. It must feel like our life's work, like all Black lives matter, like the only and last resort. It must feel like freedom. Thank you. My name is Joel Leon. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at JOEL, aka MAG. Happy Juneteenth to you all. Love, peace, and blessings. Ashe. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presence. Peace.
Well, what's up, everybody? If you don't know who I am, my name is Tyler Burns. I have the privilege of serving as the vice president of The Witness, a Black Christian collective, and I'm so excited to be a part of this Free to Be Juneteenth event. Hope that you've enjoyed yourself so far, and we are just getting started. We have some amazing things coming up now and after now, but I have to give a shout out to my brother who is with me. I'm so excited that we are free to be creative, and as we're thinking about creativity, and as we're thinking about people who are artisans and tastemakers and whatever you want to call, whatever the buzzword is, I'm like, there is nobody else I want to talk to about creativity than my brother, Ray Spears, AKA Ray Neutron, AKA a whole bunch of other aliases. And for those of you who do not know, my brother, his work speaks for itself. But if you saw any pictures from Joy and Justice, any pictures from our conference, that's Ray Spears. If you see any pictures of the staff on the website, that's Ray Spears. Like, it's just a whole bunch of stuff that he's done. Man. And he's had the privilege of working with clients like Apple, Jack White, Hype Beast, Vasco, 316, Heineken, Vice, Pepsi, man, and so many more. It's some that you know, some that you don't know, some that he's keeping on the down low because he doesn't want to let the cat out the bag. But Ray is my brother, and he's my brother off mic. So it's just my honor to welcome you, Ray, to this Free to Be event, man. Thank you for joining us.
Yo, appreciate you for having me, bro. And look, I think you held back on my AKAs though. That's go ahead.
Okay, so it's Ray Spears, AKA Ray Neutron, AKA
Pharrell Signature 4 Count Start. All right. And then it's Big Bob's Beepers Employee of the Month. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 months in a row.
Come on.
AKA Natalie from SeatGeek. AKA HR 40 recipient. AKA Drip Daddy like Dollars. Yeah, so I mean the list goes on, but I just had to let people know, how I'm coming.
Come on, man. Come on. Okay, let's go. You're free to be. You're free to be today, man. I'm telling you. I love that, man. The HR 40 recipient. I need a shirt with that, man. I need
you know what? I do too.
I need some paraphernalia. Listen, man, so you're in this creative space, and You know, I think the word creativity is so overused. It's trite, it's cliche, especially in a Christian context as well. Because what, you know, creativity looks like to us and looks like to believers in Jesus, it seems to be very narrow-minded, and it seems to be very constricted by, you know, whether it's the white gaze or also by some of the cultural norms that we have in our country. But I really want to talk about what the exploration of creativity does to us as Black people, as Black image bearers, because I feel like it unlocks something in us. And so I guess my first question is, what do you believe the exploration of creativity unlocks in the Black soul and in the Black psyche and in the Black body?
Ah, man. You know how that's a good question. But you know how like lately there's been all these studies about how we pass on things physiologically like traumas
Yes.
and things of that nature. And we've been inundated with that information for quite some time now. At least the last like 4 years especially. I've been reading a lot about that. But I also believe that we can tap into some of the creativity that comes with being Black. That stuff that wasn't able to be unlocked 15, 20, 30, 45, or 400 years ago, stuff that wasn't realized. I believe that's passed on too. Not just the trauma, not just the ailments, not just things that are harmful to us, but things that can actually encourage flourishing, things that can encourage our well-being. And also I think it gives you some type of, it lets you taste freedom, man. That's what creativity does. And creativity lets you taste freedom, and it helps you problem solve.
Wow. That's powerful. Creativity lets you taste freedom. You know, we were having a conversation. I don't even know if you remember this conversation. We had this conversation, man, I want to say 4 years ago, 5 years ago. We're in a coffee shop. That's where we always, we're in a coffee shop, and we're talking about the genius creativity of someone like Frederick Douglass, and how the genius creativity of people like Frederick Douglass, as they were running away from slavery, fleeing slavery, and also trying to become fully flourishing image bearers within a context that oppresses them. It's this ingenuity. It's this like natural, intuitive ingenuity that is produced. And I don't know if you remember that, but you unlocked so much. I used it in a talk and everything, but you unlocked so much for me in that. And it seems to me like oppression and the consistent presence of these microaggressions, it seems like it would suppress creativity, but as you're mentioning, it actually produces this beautiful Black expression. And so for you personally, what has this struggle produced in you and produced from you? Because it seems like there's a greater sense of responsibility in these moments, but it's maybe a little bit different for a creative, because you have to visually and auditory, you know, you have to have an expression that comes out of your soul in a different way. So what has it produced in you? And not just speaking of this year, but over the past 5, 6, 7 years, this whole cycle that we're in?
That's a good question, man. I feel like one of the things that it did for me was one, I think it was on Sway in the Morning a long time ago, maybe like 7 years ago. I think Sway or somebody called in and asked Lupe Fiasco if you could have, you know, absolute freedom and slavery never happened, or hip hop, what would you choose? He was like, I would choose freedom, and we never had hip hop. We never have to make that, because I would want that. I want the real freedom, not just, you know, not just the culture that's birthed out of that oppression. But with that, so I want to say that I want to offer that in advance. It's like, no, I'm not glorifying oppression and what it does to us, because it's also, you know, as we know, it's very harmful. But in the same breath, what it did teach me, what it did produce in me, was that I realized, especially as of late, a buddy of mine and I were talking, frequent collaborator, my boy, Christian Padron, and he was like, man, look at all the stuff that we have actually done through our own network without needing production companies and agencies and stuff that otherwise wouldn't contact us for things, who otherwise wouldn't include us on campaigns that are directed towards us. And so we were just talking about the network and the things that we had actually done without capital, the things that we've accomplished without, you know, without these without the gatekeepers telling us this is who you need to work with. And as we've gotten, you know, more successful, it's like we're not bringing on, you know, somebody that a production company recommends. We're finding a black DP, a black first assistant camera that can come in, who doesn't normally have this type of opportunity on bigger jobs. It's like, no, we open the door and we holding it open, because otherwise you probably not going to be seen. So we bringing folks along. So it's taught me that, if anything, it's like, look, I got a network that I've built from not having a lot of the access to certain things. So that's been beneficial for me. Just like, all right, well, I ain't got the plug, but I got the plug.
Right. Yeah, that's so good. What has that cost you? That's a cost, right? And I really want to talk about the cost of creativity. I don't think people realize like what it costs, because there's so few of you, and not saying that there's so few people who have elements of creativity, but so few people have committed themselves to the profession, to the vocation, to use a more biblical word, theological word, to the vocation of producing things that are beautiful and to creating wonder and awe in our hearts. What's the cost of that? And what's the cost of, man, choosing to leave the gatekeepers and leave the places of power and hold those doors open? What does it cost you, and what do you believe it's costing other people like you as well?
Man, I think it's costing one, like comfort and security. And another thing it costs is that you might not necessarily, if you know, approach it this way, not like latching on to gatekeepers and stuff like that, it's going to cost you won't have like a blueprint. You won't have this exact route for yourself laid out, but you might not be able to look at X or Y person to know like, yo, I'm gonna go that exact same route. I'm gonna do that exact same thing, or this is my blueprint, because it's always gonna be uncharted, and it's truly case by case. And so, yeah, that's what I was, that really just hit me like 2 nights ago, to be honest. Like,
wow.
I've been, you know, I had like a recent like potential breakthrough in my career, and I'm like, man, a friend of mine was like, yo, I'm surprised this hadn't happened for you already. Like, why hasn't this happened? But then he was like, and this my pastor said this, he's like, well, your integrity wouldn't allow you to let you just like take the first thing that comes.
Come on.
Or the type of work that you were doing, that's not really rewarded in the short term. It's like it's a long-term fight for you. So yeah, the path is different, and it's going to take longer probably. And that's something that I had to accept when I saw just like cookie cutter content being rewarded rather than like work that actually could live after its time, that could live after, you know, the 1 week it was hot. Because that's my goal, man. The way my boy described it, he's like, I don't want to make work that just makes people go scream and go crazy. He's like, no, I want to quiet the home crowd. It's an away game, but I want to make the home crowd quiet. That's the kind of work that we want to do. And I was like, that is it.
Wow.
That is that. I want to put a hush to the nonsense.
That's fire. Yo, that's crazy. That's got me on the ropes.
I'm trying to cut this run down. You know what I'm saying? Like,
wow.
That's the kind of work I want to do.
That's so helpful. Man, so you mentioned your pastor, and I love your pastor, Rich Perez. Rich and Anna are incredible. And, you know, as we've interacted, I've learned a lot in our late night conversations. I've learned a lot about what Christians don't understand about creativity and what the deficiencies that we naturally bring to the table. And so especially as it relates to, you know, from a pastoral perspective, trying to foster and nurture the beauty of creativity and just let it arise naturally. I've seen that there is such a limited understanding and a limited range, so to speak, of our talking points. Everything is kind of reduced down to these maybe You can even call them reformed Christian buzzwords, glory of God. And what does that actually mean? Redemption and restoration. And I'm for all that, but I'm also saying, I think the conversation is more robust than that. And it should be more robust than that. And so, what do Christians wrongly understand about creativity and creatives? And how do we reclaim a better understanding of the creative? And is that a path? I know I'm asking you 6 questions in one. You can pick which one you want to answer. But is that a path that is linear? Is that a linear path? Is that a step 1, 2, 3? Is that a book? Or is that maybe something that we immerse ourselves in and is revealed to us over time? So I'll just summarize in one question. What do Christians wrongly understand about creativity?
I think that one of the first things is that there is no, for me, at least in my mind, where in my station, in my line of work, there's no reason for me to make Christian art. I think one, I am limiting its possibilities, and I'm like, I am trying to make it evangelistic, and it dictates the art so much. It's because sometimes a piece, a script, a photo, a painting can tell you what it needs, but I think a lot of times Christians can go into work dictating the art rather than responding to what they're making as it's going in progress. And also to make art evangelistic, like you're making the artist do something that they're not meant to do, at least in that capacity. At least I don't believe. Like, yes, should we go into the world, preach the gospel, make disciples, and he'll be with us at the end of the age? Yes. But I'm not trying to do that with a sitcom. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to do that with a photo. No. And I think a lot of times Christians go into art trying to make it Christian. And I think that's what makes it bad. Quite frankly, it makes it bad because you're trying to make something that just shouldn't be. You asked another question though, because there was a few of them in there. Right. There was one I was trying to get to. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. So one of them is how do we reclaim a better understanding? And is it linear? Is it like, oh, we're in a book, we just read a book and that's how we interpret art. And that's how we just very didactic, linear understanding of what art is.
I don't think it's linear at all. And I think far too often, because Lord knows there is a segment of Christianity that's very anti-intellectual. But I do think there's also another segment of Christianity that is extremely, I wouldn't even say intellectual, but just like puffed up with head knowledge.
Yes.
So yes. I don't want to tell people like, all right, go read a book about art. I'm like, no, you just need to go experience art, and art that's not Christian, art that is not, art that just is. And also, I think Christians can learn a lot by not trying to tie things in a bow at the end. And also, not trying to tie in a bow at the end, and just show and not tell. Just show it. You don't got to beat somebody over the head with any point. I think you just show something and not tell it. And so you just immerse yourself into something and figure it out as you go. But I think we are greatly mistaken to feel like we have to like have everything lined up. Art is not made to be understood immediately all the time. Sometimes I'll hear a verse, man. I'll hear whether that be a psalm or a Kendrick line, that it won't make sense to me until like 3-4 years later. I'm like, that was a triple entendre.
Right.
Don't ask them how, but it is. And so we got to be okay with not having to tie everything up so neatly and safe. People be too safe. No. That makes things so elementary and so like, let me put this on a spoon for you, or put it in a sippy cup, shake it up, heat it up for you a little bit for 15 seconds so it can go down easy. Nah.
Man, that's so helpful, especially from a pastor's perspective, because I think my default interaction with creativity, especially growing up, was, man, we do this praise dance or this mime, and then we go into the this is one I love, and we did this. We go into the projects and just be stepping and doing all this stuff, and people be watching, and they be like, wow, and then the pastor will come and see, this is why y'all need to, and it's like, and we're so guilty of feeling this pressure. We're so guilty of not allowing, man, sometimes I feel like the art needs to make someone feel alive and just make them feel warm and to make them feel like, oh, you see me for real. And it's like, yeah, I see you. And just leave it at that. And, even saying, man, I see you, God sees you. Yeah. And that's it. Instead of like, man, what, it's got to be like, we got to give them the 6 points and we got to do this. And it's like, well, that may not be what God has called us to do. So that's extremely helpful for me.
And where does that idea come from? Who said that it has to be that way? Let's do some investigation. Who says it has to be that way? Didn't mean to cut you off, but that's something we got to ask where these ideas come from.
Yeah.
Who's putting these parameters on us?
And interrogating that even in the Black circles as well, even in Black church circles, like interrogating. And one of the things that drew this out for me was the Clark Sisters movie. And when you see the Clark Sisters movie on Lifetime, what really drew it out for me and what really surprised me was when you see visually the representation of how the denomination suppressed them being on a stage, where it is a beautiful accomplishment that they were able to be on a Grammy stage. And when you see how the denomination suppressed that, it's like, man, we missed it. This is a phenomenal example of what excellence looks like and what being a master of your craft looks like and what flourishing looks like. And our categories are so narrow. And I guess speaking of that, man, you have a shirt on, that talks about Black women, and it talks about our interaction with a group of people who Malcolm obviously said are the most disrespected in the entirety of our country. And as I think about Black women, as I think about other marginalized people groups, you have to interact. Art opens you up to interacting with them in different ways and also listening to them, not always controlling the interaction, right? So in dialogue, there's like these power structures where we control. All right, say this, but don't say that. All right, watch out now. Let me explain. Let me explain what she meant. No, let me explain what they meant when they said this. No, hold on. Let me just tie this up. Well, what she was saying was, what they were saying is, and art unlocks it really levels the playing field, so to speak, because it makes you have to sit back and listen. So what has art taught you about the flourishing of Black women and how to represent that well, and also other marginalized people groups? Because it's not just, you're not always just in a Christian context or cookie cutter mold where even the genders are male and female. So what has it taught you about that?
Cool. Man. All right. So I think knowing a lot of other black women visual artists, and even just working with a lot of women visual artists in general, whether that be through weddings or assisting them or them assisting me, just trading favors back and forth. What I've learned, man, is like I've learned that the way they want to be seen. And I've seen a lot of them talk about this, and I've even seen it in their work. Women, different trans women, trans men as well. Trans male photographer I know just talked a lot, just dialogue with me for a while about being seen and what that means to him, and being like, yo, if I'm gonna be in front of the camera, this is what it means to me, and this is why I photograph these people, because them being seen in a way that is representative of the self that they see when they look in the mirror is critical. And I feel like that's the same across, I think, just about every marginalized group. And a lot of the times marginalized groups are not the ones that can control their image. And so I think people get very uncomfortable when a marginalized group of people or a person from a marginalized group, individual, starts taking control of their own visual representation, they start feeling like, why won't they do this? Why won't they do that? Why won't they let me? But it's like, look, for far too long, we've been depicted in ways that we're not too happy about. And man, I've seen such tenderness in the works of I'm gonna just drop some names that I like so y'all can look them up.
Absolutely.
Some Black women photographers and filmmakers that I just happen to love. The OG triple OG is Carrie Mae Weems. Y'all should know her Kitchen Table series. Look at it. One of my biggest inspirations. The book is right here behind me. And then as far as my contemporaries, man, I love Courtney Yates, photographer based here in New York. And her and I dialogued a few times, and I just made note of like the tenderness that comes across in her images is second to none. I'm like, this feels so, it's vulnerable in the sense that there's a sense of like there's safety there. Maisha Yvonne is another one. Then there's editors, like there's Nia Phillips, who's a beast at Parkwood, who I just had the opportunity to just see work. And, you know, I'm like, look, man, they showing you how they want to be seen. So if you're lucky enough to be able to photograph Black woman, Black trans woman, Black or just indigenous person, or whoever, I think it's important to take note of it's a collaborative process. It's not about just your singular vision, because as a Black man, I have a leg up. Yes, it's hard out here for us, but it's even harder for Black women, even harder for Black trans women. So my thinking is like, look, this is a collaborative process. I want, if anything, I want you to feel safe around me, safe around my crew. Heck, I want you in my crew, or I want to be in your crew. Like that's the kind of stuff that we have to keep in mind, especially as Black men creators. We really got to make sure that our spaces are safe and that we're actually collaborating on creating an image that they would be proud of too.
Yeah, and that's great for Black men creators and Black men in general. You know, that's a great word for us in general.
Say that, Doc.
To know. So, man, thank you for that. That really helps us to approach people, loving them in loving posture, which I think is so important. That's a mark of Christ. And I think that's a mark of people who claim him. Just a couple of more questions, man. You've been so generous with your time, but you know, I know there's some people who are watching and they're like, man, this is really dope, but I'm a non-creative, whatever that may look like, right? Well, I'm not a creative. You know, maybe we can even challenge that statement, right? Is it true that you're not a creative, right? But, you know, what would you say to people as far as them interacting and being in dialogue with creative expression, even if it's not something that they natively do or that they're good at? They may not be photographers or filmmakers or illustrators, but it's important for even the 9-to-5ers. It's important for even the people who are, you know, deacons in their local church, or, you know, teachers or whatever it may be, to interact with creative expression. Why is that important? And what would you suggest for people in that position?
Wow. First of all, man, I would be like, look, everybody is creative to some extent, because have you ever had to solve a problem? Okay, it required you to be creative.
Yep.
And you looked and you saw that you had some ham hock, some bread, and some cheese in the fridge. That's all you had. What did you do? You made yourself a ham hock sandwich. Like, that's what you did. Like, it requires some type of creativity. And every facet of life does at some point. You have to be creative. And so in interacting with creative people or people that are, you know, have a vocation in the arts or whatever, just listen to them, watch what they do, support the arts, because one of the things that takes place a lot of the times is a devaluing of art, or we don't see it as a priority a lot of the times. But in the same breath, that's the first thing we run to when we're stuck inside during quarantine. We're looking at the work of filmmakers, of DPs, of writers. That's what we're doing. And so it's like, all right, if you value it, you got like, let's invest in those people that you know. If they say they have a rate for something, pay the rate. Because they are worth that. They're not offering just like, oh, it only takes them, this photo shoot was only an hour and they gave me the photos the next day. But it's like, it took them several years to get to that point where they could turn over those images in that amount of time. So you're investing in that. You're investing in that time that they spent to learn that. So ultimately, listen to them, support the arts, and also just enjoy more art. And recognize that when you're watching television, you're reading books, you're taking in the work of an artist.
Man, that's so helpful. Man, Ray, the last question I want to ask you is something really important for us. You know, this is a Juneteenth event, and we're talking about, you know, being free and what that means. And so much of that deals with decolonizing and unlearning and going through this very uncomfortable process of engaging ourselves and who we have been created to be in God's image and who now we represent in Christ. And so how do we decolonize our creativity and how do we become, and I guess even a better question maybe is, how do we become good consumers of art and good consumers of creativity and good, you know, I don't know if consumer is even the right word, but interactors with it? How do we become good engagers of art? Because what I'm noticing is that for a lot of us, you know, social media has unlocked so much for me in the sense of how people view things. And even you take, for example, someone's acting, right? We have these conversations back and forth about this person they're acting. You're just like, I'm like, man, that was dope. And then you and Jesse will be like, what was he doing now? And I'm like, oh, okay. And then we had that conversation where y'all were like, well, see, this is what we think is, notice how he does this or she does that. And the way in which they do that, it's actually against the rules that we would have learned. And I'm like, oh, snap. Like, I didn't even know that. Right. So it ruins that person no, I'm kidding. But like, I can't watch none of your movies no more. But no, what it makes me think is, okay, there is something for me to engage and study that I haven't before. And so how would you recommend people watching become good engagers and good studiers of art?
All right, I think that was like a twofold joint. Like, how do we decolonize, and then how do we become good engagers of it? You know, the question I ask all the time, Tyler. The question I ask: who is this for?
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're watching, listening, reading a tweet, everything, no matter what it is, movie, film, don't matter. Song, who is it for? And I think that will unlock so much for you as you intake different forms of communication or art. Like, who is this for? And a lot of times that can inform you as to whether it's worth your time or worth engaging. I feel like that's critical. I can't harp on it enough, because I think sometimes we'll spend a lot of time and money on art that really isn't made with us in mind, and sometimes it comes from folks who look like us. For instance, I do not want to take in a television show that takes a moment every episode to explain something about Black people. That show isn't for me. That piece of art is not for me. It's not made with me in mind. It's trying to explain me away. It's trying to like just take any mystery away from people who look like me. And the other question was, another way to decolonize your intake of art, in my opinion, would be to know Black names, man. Like, if you design clothes, you gotta know Ruth Carter. You make photographs, like, it's important that you know Roy DeCarava, Carrie Mae Weems, Santu Mofokeng. Like, if you want to know what it's like to photograph through an uprising, Santu Mofokeng, you want to know what women how they want to be viewed in front of a camera. Look at Carrie Mae Weems' Not Mayonnaise Type photo series. If you want to, see a good film and good filmmaking that's outside of our typical people that are heralded by Black folks and white folks alike, then it's like, okay, find out who Julie Dash is, find out who Arthur Jafar is, find out who Khalil Joseph is, and your mind and your world will be unlocked. It will be unlocked, and you'll see what possibilities there are for you in turn. So that's how I look at it. That's the way that I've been approaching it, because I'm like, man, I can't just look up who the establishment tells me I should be looking up to. There's a lot of times, a lot of the better work sometimes isn't the most popular work. And just because it's popular doesn't mean it's good.
Come on, Doc. Man.
So that's where I'm at with it.
Bro, thank you so much for this, man. This has been encouraging. It's unlocked so many things for me, encouraged me in ways, introduced me to some names I never knew that you've been holding out on, but we'll talk about that later off mic. But man, where can people pick up your prints? Because I want people to patronize and buy. So where can people pick up some prints? Father's Day right around the corner, or maybe no occasion whatsoever, and you're just trying to just celebrate Black creatives. And I highly, highly, highly recommend you pick up these Ray Spears images. So where can they go, bro?
They can go to rayneutron.com. That is RayNeutron.com. And then also, this will be airing on Juneteenth. So today, there's also a fundraising project I'm a part of called Seeing Black, founded by Joshua Kissy, Andre Wagner, and a few others, where we're selling prints, and they're all benefiting 5 different Black fundraisers that are supporting 5 pillars in the Black community. Y'all should check it out, rayneutron.com and seeinblack.com, starting tomorrow. But Ray Neutron available whenever.
Man, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. I appreciate Jesse. Thank you guys for representing and teaching us and showing us so much that we have missed. And I hope that because people have viewed this and tuned in, that they feel free to be creative right here at The Witness, a Black Christian collective. Thank you, bro.
Yo, appreciate you for having me, Tyler. Thank you so much, dog.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Much, Paula, for joining us for this conversation. I'm kind of just gonna, what I like to do is I like to run through people's receipts so that people know who you are. I'm because I'm just a huge fan of the work that you've done to date. And so I just want to get into your bio. So Paula Bryant Ellis is a Los Angeles-based director and producer. Prior to returning to the entertainment industry, where she started her career as an accountant in television, she held multiple leadership roles in banking as a corporate executive. She studied filmmaking and producing at the New York Film Academy in New York and Los Angeles, and is currently studying directing at UCLA. She is a graduate of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, aka MIT, Sloan School of Management in Cambridge, Massachusetts. She holds an MBA from University of Phoenix and a BA in accounting from Concordia University in Austin, Texas. Her first original short film, 12 Steps, was a finalist for Best Short Film at the Bronze Lens Film Festival in 2015 in Atlanta, Georgia. And Paula also is the director, the creator of Behind Her Faith, which is an incredible faith-based series on the Urban Movie Channel, which I'm a huge fan of. So welcome, Paula. How are you?
Thank you.
I'm really excited about this conversation. I want it to be just a good old faith-based kiki, just talking about God, because I think it's super important for someone like me. I'm a writer, producer, and Adam and I, the producer of this event, we were talking about, growing up. We're in our mid-30s, and we were talking about growing up and how in media and entertainment. I'm sorry, what did you say?
You guys are babies.
I know. But I feel old though, I don't know. So, but we were talking about how growing up in media and entertainment, there weren't a lot of mainstream public figures who claimed their faith publicly. You know what I mean? And you know, thinking about, because Adam was the one that brought it up, and then when I started to think about it, I was like, you know what, there really weren't. And so we kind of gravitated towards what we could find, which was, you know, probably in the Christian music world, or, you know, whatever the case was. But now there are so many more people who are just adamant and open about their faith. And so I just thought it was really cool that you had created a series called Behind Her Faith, because that's exactly where I want to go with the first question. You know, you have a corporate finance background, and now you have a brand new path, or not necessarily brand new, but you have a burgeoning path in production. And I kind of want to know, as a person of faith, you're so passionate about your work, your walk with God. You're so passionate about intimacy with God. And I want to know, when was the very first time that you remember hearing God's voice, right? About your life, about your calling. And what did you feel? Like, how did you respond?
The first time that I heard it, and because I'm not gonna mention all the times I ignored it, but the first time
That part.
heard him and received what he was saying to me, I think I was either 23, 24. I got married really, really young. I got married when I was 19. My husband was 18. So we've been married 39 years this August. And the Holy Spirit came to me and told me it was time for me to go back to college. And I heard it just like I'm sitting here talking to you. And that he was going to use what I do, that he was preparing me, and that he was going to use it. And so it was time for me to go back to school. And I remember asking him, like, well, what do I major in? Like, what do I do?
Right.
And I had no idea how we were going to pay for it. Like I said, I was 19 and he was 18 when we got married. We had already had our first child, and we didn't have two pennies to rub together. And here I was, you know, God was calling me to go back to school, and I needed my job because we both had to work full time so that we could eat. And the Holy Spirit told me, he said it didn't matter what I was going to major in. Whatever I majored in, he was going to use it. But he needed me to walk this out. And I just remember being just like so invigorated by that conversation, that moment, because I can still recall it. It was very real. And I understood what he was telling me, that the education was just going to be a tool. And along the way, there were going to be things that we were going to do together. So essentially what it was is I was co-creating with God in that moment, right? I was Adam in the garden when God brought him the animals. And he said, if you go and look at Genesis chapter 2, he brings them the animals and he says, here, you name them. And whatever you name it, it will be. The sound, the movement, the look, the coloring, the characteristics, the strength, the endurance, everything you give it, Adam, is going to be in the name. So let's co-create together. I created it from the ground and you get to name it, and this is going to be our relationship. And that's what he was saying to me in that moment. And I got it. Don't ask me how I got it or why I got it, the maturity that it would have taken at that point in time to get that, but I understood what the Holy Spirit was saying to me. And so I knew at 23, 24 years old that this was a path that I was on, and I was determined. Like, I did not look back. And it was interesting because at the time, my husband was in the military. He was in the Air Force. And it was almost exactly 4 years he had left in the military. So when I graduated 4 years later with my accounting degree, my husband was getting out of the Air Force. And it was so funny how that timing, it was within just a couple of days after I graduated that he was getting out, and then he was going to be starting a new journey. And so God had lined that up perfect. But I understood, and I think it came from an intimacy. I cried out for a relationship with God at a very young age, in my 20s, early 20s. And I wanted something other than religion. And that was, I think, the thing that tuned my spiritual ears, if you could think about it that way. That was the tune up and the turn up that my spiritual ears needed, was that cry for a relationship.
That's like really incredible to hear, because I'm thinking about the way that, so I grew up in church, right? Like Pentecostal church, lots of rules and all of that. But the more that I think about it, the more I realize there was not a whole lot of conversation about intimacy with God. It was like, do what God tells you to do, right? Like that was it. It wasn't like, what does it mean to be intimate with God? What is it? I'm sorry.
I said it was like the 10 Commandments.
Right. And it's so funny because I think this was like 2018. I was asleep on the beach. My best friend and I went to the beach. I was asleep on the beach, and this voice jolted me out of my sleep. It was the first time I heard an audible voice, right? And I will never forget hearing the voice, because it said, "You are on the verge of something big. Don't give up." And I remember like sitting straight up, and I'm looking out at the water. I'm looking at like the people around me and stuff. And I'm like, I know this was not like somebody just walking by me. And it was interesting because at that time, my unemployment was about to run out. I didn't have another job lined up. And I was just trying to do a lot of things to keep myself busy and not think about what was going to happen next. And I honestly wasn't praying a lot because I was afraid of not hearing anything. So it's interesting because, you know, you talk about intimacy, and I recognize now that part of intimacy is sitting in God's presence, regardless of that fear. And I wonder, like, when you talk about intimacy with God, what have you found to be the keys of finding that intimate place with God, and especially like on a consistent basis?
Yeah. You know, this was trial and error because I didn't have anyone either. I had no one. I grew up, I think when you and I first talked, I think I talked about this a little bit. I grew up that going to church was a barter system. If I didn't go to church on Sunday, I couldn't go out the following weekend with my friends. And so to me, and my mom would kind of go to church, but not really. I never saw her active in the church. I had an older sister who was very active, but it was all transactional. It was in the choir, on the Ursha board, going to Sunday 9 o'clock service singing, going to Sunday 11 o'clock service. It was all transactional to me. Hence why I majored in accounting, right? It was all transactional. I got that. And so I was like, I'm not interested in that. I'm like, that doesn't work for me. And I wanted to know, like, who is this person that I'm supposed to be able to see and have this relationship with? And for me, it was a bit of a challenge because my father, when my parents divorced, my parents were married over 20 years. And when my parents divorced, I didn't see my father again. He pretty much abandoned us. And I didn't see him again until I was 13 at the time. I didn't see him again until I was in my mid-20s. And so in my mind, you know, now here's God, you know, urging me on to have this intimacy with him. But yet, you know, the only example of a father that I had was one that abandoned me. And this was my conversation with God. I said, listen, I understand that you say you're our father, but I don't know how that works. I don't understand that relationship because the only father I had abandoned me and you gave him to me as my father. So if we're going to have this intimacy, I need you to do better. That was my cry to God, because I was like, you know, because the whole father thing, I was like, I get you as God, but I don't get you as father yet. We're not on that. We're not that close yet. But really just that rawness of that conversation, broke down so many walls for me. And I really began to understand the importance of sitting, right? How else do you have a relationship and get to know someone if you do not sit with them? So yes, I pray. Yes, I study. I love to study the Bible. I love to study the Word of God. That was the start of my cry for a relationship with God. And I understand that I need to study. I understand that that I pray, I worship, I do all of those things, but there's nothing that takes the place of sitting with God, right? And so I didn't understand that until I started crying out for God. And then I realized, well, how else is a relationship built? So if you think about having a relationship with your girlfriends, right? You invest in your girlfriends. They call you. I had two really good friends when I lived in Tulsa when I was in the corporate world. And we had this standing Thursday meeting, right? We were all corporate executives. And so we needed our standing Thursday meeting. We started with wine and we ended with wine. And we have dinner and we would talk about everything in between. The corporate career, our challenges, our marriages, our kids, life, vacation, all of those things, right? That was our, we called it decompressing on Thursdays. But we had a relationship. We invested in one another. I listened to them and they listened to me, and we poured into one another and we checked in on one another. It wasn't just Thursdays, but there were emails and there were conversations and there were phone calls and there was face-to-face, because friendships are expensive. They cost. You have to invest in someone to be their friend. Well, that's the same thing that God wants from us. So if God has these plans for me, how else can I know the plans if I don't sit and listen? I have to be willing to sit. I can't show up all the time ready to pray, ready to tell him what I need, ready to get him to co-sign on something that he didn't agree to co-create with me in the first place. Right now, I'm trying to get him to buy into it. And he's like, "Nah, that ain't my deal. That was what you created." How else can you build a relationship? How else can you be intimate if you do not sit and listen and spend that time hearing what he has for you? And so that was the start for me of intimacy and a relationship and understanding the value of sitting with God and letting him pour into you and reveal. Oh my God, when he starts to show you what he has for you, it'll blow your mind. But you can't get it unless you sit with him, right? And invest that intimacy, right? Intimacy, the intimacy. He already knows what's in you. He just wants to know, are you willing to open it up and share it with me? Just like you do with your girlfriends.
That is so good. Like, I want to just like write notes. Listen, Miss Paula, okay, yep, this is great. Because I'm just like, I've never heard it described that way, right? And it's crazy to say that, being that I grew up in church my whole life, but I've never heard it discussed that way. It's always been one of the main things that I kind of like learned by seeing it was you have to start every prayer with like basically apologizing for anything you might have done wrong, right? So I'm just like, and after a while, it just becomes, you do it by rote, you know what I mean? As opposed to it being real, you know? And so I can totally appreciate that, because it gives God back some of his human qualities, you know what I'm saying? As your father, as a confidant, as those things. So I just love that you described it that way. And I wonder also too, like, in those moments when you were first learning how to sit with God, right? Because that's something that I'm still not very good at. I want to talk, right? Like, I want to say things. I want to say the things, whatever the right things are. I wonder, like, was there ever any fear of maybe not hearing him or getting intimacy with God wrong? Or was it kind of just like he opened up a safe space, if you will, for you to be vulnerable, and there was no fear? I'm just interested in what that was like.
That's a good question. I never felt fear, never, in the presence of God, or afraid to. Once I understood the value and the power of sitting with God, that I'm going to go in this room and I'm going to sit. And I am now going to spend time being connected to the kingdom. That's what you're doing. There's a quote, one of my favorite quotes is in The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. And I'm going to butcher it. He says, every second that you spend in search of a dream is a second's encounter with God and eternity. Do you get that? That's what it's like when you're sitting with him. You're not in this dimension. You're not sitting in earth going, God, come on down. He's going, no, love, come on up. And so he's pouring all of this into you. And I never thought about being afraid. I never thought about fear. I thought about, oh my God, this is it. I get to do this. This is how this works. This is how we talk. And I always call his voice the audible, non-audible voice of God, right? Because it's so clear, you swear it's audible, but you can't hear it, but you hear it, right? And it's the audible, non-audible voice of God. And it's just full of power and love and vision and creativity. And he wants to co-create with you. He's like, listen, I know all those things that are in your heart. I put them there. And let me show you the provision and the plan and the strategy. Because God didn't create strategies. God is strategy. It came out of him. He birthed it just like he birthed us. So all of those things that you want for your life, he's going, yes, come co-create with me. I have them. That's what Behind Her Faith was. It was co-creation. He says, I have an idea. Do you want to run with it? I said, yes. He goes, what are you going to name it? I said, Behind Her Faith. And then out of Behind Her Faith was born. It was born the font, the logo, the color scheme, the talent, the music, the network that was going to partner with me, the podcast that was going to come, the prayer boxes that get delivered. You're talking to me because of Behind Her Faith. I wasn't on your radar until I did Behind Her Faith. That's what co-partnering, co-creating with God is like. So no, I break my neck to get in that room in the morning. Like, I need this every day. I'm like, I've got to have it. I don't understand how people operate and don't have it. It was the same thing when he said, go to college, get a degree. I said, what do I major in? He goes, I don't care. I'm going to use it. It doesn't matter. I got recruited by a company and put in a management training program that only hired Ivy League people, Ivy League graduates, but I went to Concordia Lutheran College and got my degree. And I'm sitting here and the chick from Harvard to my left says, well, how'd you get in here? I said, because I know somebody. This is what I said to her. And she was like, well, who do you know? And I said, you don't know him. Because if you have to ask me, I said, you don't know him. But I know somebody. And I became all of those people's bosses. I accelerated well beyond anything they were ever able to accomplish because I was co-creating with God and I understood that. So when he said, take this leap of faith, I need you to pivot, Paula. You've had this career and now I need you to pivot. I need you to go do something else for me. I'm like, okay.
Listen, so growing up in Pentecostal tradition, I know how to shout and we, please, okay? No, that's so good. And you made me think, I can't remember exactly how the quote goes, but basically it's something like, saying yes to a faith walk with God will be the greatest adventure of your whole life. Yeah. And so I can see that so clearly in what you're saying about, just telling your story. And I think that that's so amazing. And like, it makes you kind of want to like, just go back and look at the breadcrumbs of your own life of like, okay, what was this adventure? Because he was there even when we weren't aware or when we weren't trying to be intimate with him. You know what I mean? So yeah. so I want to kind of jump into the work that you're doing. You know, Behind Her Faith is a really, really incredible project. And like you said, like the world is starting to know who you are because of that project. I mean, I subscribed to Urban Movie Channel specifically because I saw Aisha Hines crying on screen talking about Jesus. And I was like, okay, I'm sold. Like a whole channel. I'll do it, $5 a month, whatever, it's fine. And so I want to just dig into first your faith-based production company, because it's called Mary Esther Ruth. And I want to just read the one line that really caught me. It said, Mary Esther Ruth is inspired by the heroines of the Bible who changed the course of history by their courage and their obedience. And just from you know, kind of like outlining what your life has been like up to this point, I can see those two things, right? How they work in tandem, courage and obedience. And I guess I kind of just want to hear you talk a little bit about the chemistry of courage and obedience, what you saw in those three biblical figures, but then also what should that look like for us today?
I like that. That's good. The women, to me, I chose those three women because I think about those are the things that how I want to be able to respond to the kingdom. Okay, so to me, Mary, right, is the example of obedience. And when the angel came to her and said, I love to paraphrase on the Bible, so forgive me. And he comes to her and he says, listen, God wants your body and he needs you to carry essentially him for the next 9 months. You gonna sign up? And Mary goes, how are we gonna do it? Right? That's literally how we have to be with God. How are we gonna do it? She didn't say, oh my God, is that what you want me to do? I don't know. Well, you know, I had this plan I was thinking about, but she goes, how are we gonna do it? She was obedient. And I always think about obedience, answering God in 60 seconds or less. That's obedience. Because if you pause outside of that, delayed obedience is not obedience, right? Delayed obedience is not obedience. When you start trying to rationalize how you think God is going to do it, how you think it ought to look, that's not what he came to her and asked. He said, listen, I need your body. Are you willing to do this thing for me? You're going to get married and you're going to have your own kids. But before you do that, I need you to pivot. I need you to do something for me. Are you in? And she said, yes, obedient. And so in my life, right, it's my example of when God is calling me and asking me to do something. I think, ooh, I've got to say, like, yes, right, in that moment. And that's the example of what it looks like to be obedient to God. Not knowing how he's going to do it, but just responding with a yes, God, I'm willing. I love Esther because I studied strategies at MIT. Like, there is nothing that gets me more fired up than thinking about how to strategically solve problems. That's what I did as COO. I was always moving people and resources and assets, always strategizing on risk and return. I love that kind of thing. And so Esther was a strategist. She got it. She pulled on the strategies of God. She said, you know what? Maybe I'm born for this thing, but I'm not going to do it my way. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to co-create with God on this. I'm going to go strategize. We're going to get on our knees first. I'm not going to do it and then pray it all works out. I'm going to go get on my knees and pray first, and then I'll make my move. See, so many of us have it backwards. We make our move, didn't turn out like we liked, and then we take it to God, going, would you please fix our mess? And he said, but you could have just come to me. And I would have told you I have something different for you. I have something better for you. And I love that she was a strategist. And so I love the obedience of Mary, and I love the strategy of Esther. And I love the commitment of Ruth. I've been married 39 years. And every time I think of what Ruth did for her mother-in-law, I could just break down and start crying. That's such an unconditional love. The son is gone. All the sons are gone. The husband is gone. There are no kids there. She could have packed up and left. But there was a commitment and an unconditional love that she had that all of us need to think about how to mirror in our lives. We would be having a different conversation right now in these streets if we could walk in that kind of commitment and love. And so I love the obedience of Mary, the strategies of Esther, and the commitment and the love of Ruth. And so why not have that as the foundation of what I'm trying to do? And so the stories that I want to be able to tell, the content that I want to be able to create, I want it to represent women in that way. We're strong creatures. We're beautiful creatures. We are talented. We're multifaceted. We come in every size, shape, and color and age. We are creative. We are the womb of our marriages, of our relationships. So why not create with that as my foundation? So that was the inspiration behind Mary Esther Ruth. And I hope that the stories that I'm aligning with and the stories that I tell and the projects that I take on represent those things.
No, that's incredible. Completely. And it's funny because I always love hearing other people's interpretations of different stories in the Bible, because you pick, like, it's living, right? It's living word, right? So you can pick up something new every single time, even if it's just one verse. So I love hearing, because I didn't think about Esther's strategy. You know what I mean? You hear about her becoming the queen, and she like prayed, but we don't think about it in terms of, okay, how do we relate this to our everyday lives as well? So no, I think that's really great.
Right? She understood the responsibility that she was now faced with, but she understood where the power came from to be able to do that thing that she was ultimately facing. And that's what God is calling all of us to. He says, listen, I know I've asked you to face something for me, but this is what he means when he says you don't have to face it alone. You come to me first, right? And we co-create that thing together. Because if she had gone and tried to do that thing on her own, we wouldn't even be talking about Esther. It would have been a completely different story. But she understood who her partner was. She understood who the co-creator was, and she needed him, right, to make that way, to turn those hearts, to make the timing line up, because God is multi-dimensional and he's panoramic all at the same time. So he sees everything, right? He has a panoramic view. He can see all things at all times, and he's multi-dimensional. Imagine God playing multi-dimensional level chess, and he knows where every king, every pawn, every knight is on multiple levels. That's the way he plays. See, we play on one level, and then we want God, we dumb down on God, and we bring it down. And he's like, I can't come down there. I need you to come up and understand the strategies of which I'm trying to empower you. So that's what sitting with him represents. That's what Esther was doing. She was sitting. She said, I'm going to go sit and get the revelation of what I need to do before I do it. Because if I get this wrong, a whole nation will be wiped out. So I got to go get this thing right. And the only way to go get it right is in the presence of God. That's why David was about to lose his mind. He said, y'all go get me that ark. Wait, I can't do this. I've been in the presence of the ark. I know what it's like to fight with the ark, and I know what it's like to fight without the ark. Go get me back my ark. I need my ark, right? And that's what you got to remember it's like to strategize with
God. That's so good. And you made me think too about, so for each of these women that you're talking about, and even with your own story, ego could not be so present that it clouds hearing God. And I feel like it's worth mentioning that, because it takes the ego out of it, and it's like, I can't do this without God. Yes. That's like the baseline. Yes. I love that.
Start giving yourself a test when you hear God tell you something. And I'm telling you, that 60-second test will change your mind. Because you'll be 2, 3, 4, sometimes you're days into this thing that God's already told you to do. And what you don't realize is you missed the opportunity. Because when God is telling us to do something, the resources are already there and they could be coming at you in that moment. But because you couldn't be obedient, you couldn't see them and you missed them. That's why that 60-second test is such an amazing gauge on how to be responsive to God. Yeah.
No, that's great. That's so good. So I want to jump into discussing the process of creating Behind Her Faith. Just because I think, sometimes we think more of, being a follower of Christ as like the parameters of, well, if I'm a Christian, I can't do this, that, and the third, those things. But I think now people are more looking at, okay, being a follower of Christ means I get to do these things, right? And I wonder, like for you, what was that process once you realized God was calling you to create Behind Her Faith? Because this is a brand new venture, right? Like this is you co-creating with God in a whole new way. No one has ever done this before. I want to know, what was the impact on your spiritual life? And what impact have you seen spiritually for other people because of it?
I just have we have one son, my husband and I, and I remember sending him wanting his input because he's knowledgeable he's in the entertainment space and he's knowledgeable in front of the camera, behind the camera. And he's very creative. And so I wanted his feedback and input. And so I remember, I sent the deck over to him and I was sharing with my husband, like as I was waiting on his response, like a little kid almost, I was waiting on his response. And so I texted him because I hadn't heard from him. And he said, yeah, I've seen it. I'm going to look at it and I'll get back with you tonight. And then he sent back his response, and his response was, Mom, I can't add one thing to this. He said, this is amazing. And I knew. And I knew because I had never seen anything like it. And I knew and understood in that moment as well the warfare that would be in front of me to get that seen and heard. And God is amazing. I went to 3 networks, and this will just shock you. I pitched to 1 male and 2 women of color. And the 2 women of color, one was she said she wasn't interested. It wasn't going to work for her. The other said they weren't interested in positive content like that. Her words, not kidding.
Oh my God.
The male called me and said, so I always give UMC a shout out because Brett Dismute from UMC called me and said, Paula, I want to talk to you. I think you're onto something. Literally, that was just how he approached it. And it was like amazing to me, right? And I knew I went to smaller platforms because I wanted to maintain control, quality. God gave that to me. So yeah. I feel responsible as a shepherd to shepherd the storytelling and those women's voices. And so I knew a smaller network would allow me to have more creativity and control, right, of the story. And so that was important to me, was to honor their voices. These women there's no editing. We edit, but there are no cuts and retakes at all in the storytelling at all. What you see is like, there was this one point where we were shooting on 2 reds, and one of the reds, the card was getting ready to get full. And so my cinematographer is on the other side of me, and he's like giving me the, like, we got to cut. And I'm like, Aisha's actually, when she's crying, talking about having to make the decision to pull the plug on her father, right? And he's looking at me, and I'm like, we not. As I said, no, we're not. And he's looking like, you could just like see the terror in his face, right? And I'm going, no. And in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't know how I'm going to cut this, but we're not going to cut. We're going to be down to 1 camera. I don't know how I'm going to do this shot in the editing, but I'll let God worry about that in the editing room. We are not cutting this moment. And it is one of the most powerful moments. She is so broken in that moment where she is sharing about how difficult that moment was to have to say no. to the Father. And what's so beautiful about that is, right, she starts the series, and what does she tell you in her episode? I was a daddy's girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's where she starts. And ultimately, then she has to tell you this story of how she had to make that decision. And I was like, we're not cutting. So, you know, it's just amazing how that's the co-creating and the power of co-creating with God. These women shared everything. They were intimate, they were raw. And I told them the transparency level is up to them. You be as transparent as you want to be. This is about your journey and your love and your relationship with Christ, right? So you be as intimate as you want to be. You be as transparent as you want.
I'm excited because you've now set a precedent, right? And I feel like there will be more, right? Because now we see it and now we realize it's possible. Like, you can do this. And I think I'm just excited. I really do. That's what I feel. I feel like there's going to be more, not just for Behind Her Faith, but other people who are now unafraid to share, you know? Yeah. And I it's incredible. Miss Paula, I wish that I could keep you for hours, because I just love this kind of candid conversation, but I want to be respectful of your time. So I'm going to go right to my last question, because obviously we're in a very tumultuous time, right? We're in the middle of a global pandemic. We're in the middle of a racial awakening, revolution happening. There's a lot of people who are unsure where their next paycheck is going to come from. And we're all trying to figure out, you know, how to follow God's voice, even when we're in the middle of something really, really, really hard. And I wonder if you have any just words of encouragement for those of us who may be struggling in our faith at this time. Like, we want to believe, right? Because there, like you mentioned earlier, the women who were part of Behind Her Faith, they were at different points in their journey, right? And so we have a whole world, we have a whole nation full of people at different phases of their journey. And for those of us who are struggling to believe, struggling to keep the faith right now, what do you want to say to those people?
It's interesting, that question, because I think the most important thing that I know, even for me, right, that I'm trying to walk out every day, this walk is not easy. So I do want to say, if for any reason I made you think it was easy, let me stop you. Let me stop you right now. Skirt. No, it was not easy. But what I will tell you is it's worth it, and it is real. And Jesus was an activist. Like, the church doesn't like to talk about him like that, because if we say Jesus is an activist, then we have to say, well, what was he called to? And what he was called to was the light, not the darkness. Jesus didn't go after Herod, and he didn't go after the Roman soldiers. He went after the church, right? And so if we say Jesus is an activist, then we have to reflect that back on us, because what we're not doing is being the light that we're supposed to be. Because if we're the light that we're supposed to be, then we don't have to worry about the darkness. The darkness can overtake us when we are not walking in the light. And that's what Jesus was challenging us on. He was challenging us to be the light you say that you are. Be the light that you say you're called to be. See, we can be anything on television. We can be butt naked on television. But if we say Jesus Christ on television, it's like war.
That part
of Jesus and say kingdom on television? No, it gets watered down. It gets changed. One of the questions I was asked about Behind Her Faith was I open to changing the title? I said, no, I'm not backdooring Jesus. If that's what you need, this isn't for you. This ain't the network. This is not for you, because I'm not going to backdoor Jesus, right? And we've got to remember that he was an activist and he was calling out the church. And the thing that I would leave you with more than anything is to make sure that you are aligned with the right movement. There's a lot of fake movements out there. There's a lot of people that are trying to change the narrative. There are a lot of people that are throwing darkness in there, and people are being distracted by that. But when you are aligned with the right movement, then you're not worried. That's what Jesus was telling you. Be aligned with the right movement, the movement of the kingdom, the movement of God. He was still an activist. He was fighting for the hungry. He was feeding the hungry. He was fighting for the poor. He was praying for those who couldn't pray for themselves. He was standing up to the high priest and all the rules, and he was calling them out. He was turning over tables. He was an activist, but he was aligned with the right movement. Are you aligned with the right movement? That's what you have to ask.
That's so powerful. That's super powerful. Oh my gosh. I just really, I thank you so much just for sharing your heart and all of your years of experience with God. I thank you just for opening up and sharing all of that. How can people keep up with you, and how can they, where should they go to learn more about Behind Her Faith, but also to like stay abreast of when the next season is coming out? Because you know you have a whole like fan base who's waiting for it to come out tomorrow if you would drop it, you know, so.
Thank you. You can find us on all the social media platforms. We're at Behind Her Faith. And then you can find Mary Esther Ruth is on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter as well. And then you can always go to our website. We have a BehindHerFaith.com website, and we have a MaryEstherRuth.com website. So you'll find out about the workshops that we do, the prayer workshops that we do, and our upcoming projects. We're working on some really great stuff. We have a podcast, a Behind Her Faith podcast, that you can find on Facebook and on YouTube as well. And then the audio version of the podcast is on Spotify and on Anchor. So if you haven't, please go out and vote for us. Please watch the series Behind Her Faith. It is streaming on Apple TV, Amazon, Roku, and UMC.tv. And what you don't realize is every time you press play, you're voting. You're not only telling the network that you like that show, but you're also telling them you want to see more shows like that. So when you press play, you are voting. That's why voting is so important. And even if you like a show and you don't play it, you don't vote for it, right? The network thinks that you're not interested in that type of content. So then they say, oh, well, we tried that and that didn't work for us. So we need you to go out, support Behind Her Faith. The series is so powerful. Essence Atkins, Niecy Nash, Angelica Nwanda, who is the CEO and founder of The Shade Room, and then Aisha Hines. Please go out and support Behind Her Faith. We appreciate it. And let the networks know the kind of content that you want to see, because every vote counts. And it's really going to count in November.
Oh, I love how you folded that in there. I love that. Thank you so much, Paula. Again, I just really appreciate you taking the time. And everybody just keep on celebrating Juneteenth. Have a great rest of your day.
Well, greetings and God bless everybody. If you are just tuning in, my name is Tyler Burns. I have the privilege of serving as the Vice President of The Witness, a Black Christian collective. And I am really excited for this brief conversation that we're having. At this point, you've already heard from my brother, Charles Williams Jr. He is a seminarian, and he is a voice on mental health counseling in the Christian community, and especially for Black Christians. And he gave us just a wonderful reflection that challenged some things in me, and I know it challenged some things in you. And so I wanted to just have this conversation with him and just invite him on to expound on some of these things, because I think it's so important for us to really nail down into them. So Charles, thank you so much for joining us here on Free to Be, the first ever, man. Come on, first ever all day, all digital Juneteenth celebration. This is historic, man.
Yeah, I'm here for it, man. I appreciate you all having me and reaching out and allowing me to contribute and give back to our people.
Yeah, and so I really want to talk about this because there were a few concepts that you opened up that I think are new for people. And whenever we start doing racial trauma work, racial justice work, people start bringing up these consistent concepts. And a lot of people, they use the terminology, but they really don't really unpack what it means. And one of the terms that I really want to emphasize and lean into is the term gaslighting. Yeah. And you talk a lot about gaslighting, and it's something that we see a lot. I've seen on social media, that we experience as we tell our stories. And it really restricts our ability to be emotionally full, emotionally well, mentally well. So can you talk a little bit about the long-term effects of gaslighting? Because I want to zero in on that for the people who are constantly having these conversations, and they're constantly hearing denials. Ibram Kendi said that the heartbeat of racism is denial. And so it's like denial. What does that do to someone's soul and psyche and emotions over the course of decades?
Yeah, I think it comes down to we are not independent as our culture would like for us to believe. We're interdependent. So I depend on getting and receiving feedback from you on a constant basis. This is like an implicit thing that happens. And so when we're gaslighted, we are no longer able to trust ourselves. We're no longer able to have a instinct, a gut feeling, and trust it. And since we depend on messages and affirmations from other people in the very basic sense, and this happens at a level that you're not even aware of, when you come with something that you saw, that you have evidence for, it's a reality, it's not even subjective, and someone denies it or dismisses it or throws it away, you, as much as you may not even be able to admit, you begin to question, can I trust what I see? And can I trust what I hear? Can I trust what I felt? And so you're no longer able to have a security or trust, especially when it happens at the level and in the public as it happens with us. If you think about it, if I can put it this way, Eve's response was, no, I'm not supposed to eat that fruit. She didn't know why, but she had this gut, this intuition of like, oh, I'm not supposed to do that. She couldn't explain it. And so in a sense, she could no longer trust herself. If I could be excused for psychologizing. Right. But just in terms of a parallel, it's like, no, I'm not supposed to do that. She couldn't explain why. It's like we see, and I'm gonna be very polarizing. We see a criminal. Let's just call it, just for the sake of argument, we see a black criminal just killed, and we're like, that's not supposed to happen. But it's like,
right.
You're no longer able to trust the Bible says the law of God is written on our hearts, and you begin to deviate away from what is in our human nature to know. And counselors and non-believing psychologists, they say the same. They call it something different. When you look at it, they call like an inbuilt experience that you are supposed to have. And at the time of as an infant, how you're supposed to be responded to emotionally and physically as far as your needs go. And so you no longer are able to trust that, because you're seeing something and somebody then goes and say, well, that's your fault that happened, or that's that criminal's fault, that unarmed criminal's fault that happened. And then you raise the same argument, but what about this white criminal who was armed was dangerous, who had been
Yes.
known to commit a crime, and they don't get the same treatment, and you get, the goalpost is then moved. If that, just to put it in layman's terms, that's kind of what the experience of gaslighting is. I know this just happened. I know it wasn't supposed to happen this way. However, I'm being blamed for it.
Right.
And
Right.
and so you no longer can, as much as you want to, and people begin to talk in those categories, and you begin to, black on black crime, and it's like, well, somebody got bit by a shark in Mississippi, and I would be real stupid to say, what about shark on shark bites?
Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly.
So that's kind
But
of like,
those are the tactics. Those are the
right,
tactics that are
right.
used.
Yeah, and it's
Wow.
just to remain in power and remain in control. And I'm going to even say that most white people, dominant culture, who are aligning with that, don't even know that they're doing it. And so when it's brought to the forefront, it's so ingrained in the system that anything that fights against that systemic thinking or way of behaving gets gaslighted again.
Right, right. And
So,
and I love what you said at the beginning because it's so important, when you talk about not being able to trust yourself.
mhm,
And the reason I think that's so vital is we naturally deal with imposter syndrome in predominantly white spaces,
mhm,
just by virtue of our identity, just by virtue of our unique difference. And so we come and when we come into these spaces, we're already overcoming this mental block which says, they're better than me, or I have to be twice as good.
right.
And then now it erodes the trust. And I love that you also said that it was connected to power and connected to maintaining power.
Mhm.
I think that's so important. So over time, is it accurate to say, and I don't know all the terminology as it connects, but is it accurate to say that consistent gaslighting is a trauma? It is a trauma in and of itself.
Most definitely.
Is and so when we interact with that particular trauma, what do you say to someone who, let's say in a Christian context, is constantly experiencing gaslighting, constantly experiencing over and over again? What does a believer need to hear about that experience in the context of a Christian environment? Because I think we most often think of the term maybe on social media or maybe in family relationships or in human relationships or on a job. But what about it when it's the church?
Uh,
What should we do, and how should we carry ourselves, and how should we act as we're being gaslit to gain our freedom as Christ is intended?
yeah, I think from a church perspective, I think the church, and I'm guilty of this too. I went to Reformed Theological Seminary. I think the church needs to realize that our theology is not necessarily for our mouths, and is more so for our ears. So when we hear,
Mm,
you know, heresies or misguided thinking, we'll know where to put it in certain categories. But we do such a bad job of just listening. So people who are gaslighted are just not listened to. If from
yes,
one
yes.
standpoint, they're heard long enough or well enough so that they can be gaslighted, or the goalpost can be moved. But we so often have our theology on our lips to where someone says, I want to be prosperous, or name some random theological point that we're just ready to shoot down, instead of really hearing and listening and just being near to that person. I always tell people, if the word of God is so important, in a very real practical sense, God created with the word. Did the devil deceive with the word? We will be judged by our words. And insert every scripture that talks about how important words in the context of speaking or being made alive. Jesus came in the form of the word. I always argue that listening is probably equally as important. And so people who are experiencing that and has experienced that over time, I like to think of, James says, the poor can take pride that they are worth being saved, and the rich can take humility in the fact that they need saving. So if I could steal that principle of, the minority as a Black person in the church, there's a sense in which you need to experience the pride of being listened to. And on the other side,
wow, that's good.
Yeah, the dominant culture or the people in power need to be humbled in the fact that they need to listen. In the same way, the poor can take pride in the fact that they were worth dying for. And, and James is saying, like, in the culture where you're valued based on your riches or lack thereof, I think that principle is still applies in the sense of, like, hey, Black people have not been listened to. And there is something that happens when someone listens to you and they confirm that they understood, not necessarily agree, and not necessarily that they have to accept what you say, but there is a very real sense of, yes, I hear you, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's,
Yeah.
It kind of brings back the opposite effect of being gaslighted, because it's like, I hear you, and that doesn't make sense. Let me show you why. And the Proverbs say that the counsel of a person's heart is like deep waters, and the person of understanding draws them out. And so, in a very real sense, being near to someone and listening to them is what I would argue and that takes place practically in a lot of different settings, but in the sense of counseling, going and sitting and telling someone and talking to someone about what's going on. And then you say, no, I'm just rambling. That don't even make sense. And that person says, yes, it does.
Right, right.
They're not affirming that it's right, that it's wrong, that you're bad or good. They're just saying, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah. And that experience, for those of us who go on a regular basis, that experience is very, it's very unnerving. It's surreal, because you find yourself saying things out loud you've been holding for so long. And that's a very vulnerable experience. It's a transparent experience. You have to find someone who you can truly trust and you feel comfortable doing that with. And for a lot of us, especially as Black men, I would love to hear you talk about how important it is for us to have that space. I think because we're carrying so much, and we're burdened by so much, and especially those of us who are Black men, we have a certain power. And then there's levels to that. There's as a pastor, as a leader, as someone who's a supervisor on a job, as a husband, as a father, whatever it may mean. And those things within our culture carry with it a certain power that we tend to lord over. And there are so many other things that can come as a result of that. But why is it important for us as Black men to have the place of vulnerability to deal with that trauma, to deal with that toxic shame, as you mentioned?
Yeah. One, especially I'm going to start, if you're a person in power and you're a pastor and you get paid to love and nurture people, and Jesus sent out the disciples and he said, go and love how you've been loved. And so you can only love people to the extent that you have been loved.
Oh, that's good, Doc. Come on, Doc.
So
Come on, man.
Somebody listen to you. And if you've never, my professor said this first day, week, or whatever, grad school, he said, there will be countless times when someone says, I've never told anyone this before. And if you've never had the experience of telling someone something for the first time, then you will not know how to create that experience for someone else. So I think it's as simple as you need to have been loved in order to love other people. And I oftentimes think about, from an evangelistic standpoint, if you come and tell me about this loving Father, and I've never, or my experience of a loving Father is jaded or just bad, then I am, by human nature, going to automatically attribute that to this loving Father that you're telling me about. And
Man.
The Bible says, how can you love God whom you've not seen if you don't love your neighbor who you have seen? I think that works in reverse, to where how can you be loved by a God who you've not seen when you haven't been loved by your neighbor who you have seen? And so if I've never really experienced that,
Yes.
I won't know how to give it or be that. And so I think, regardless of where you stand on male privilege and male dominance, there is a real need for Black men to learn to be vulnerable. And I'm of the opinion true biblical vulnerability is confrontational. And so you think about, and that works in reverse. True biblical confrontation is just being vulnerable. If you think about Jesus, he was very confrontational. At the same time, it was very vulnerable. He gave of himself. And that is the exact thing that Peter confronts at the day of Pentecost with. You killed him. And then we know he said, you didn't take my life, I laid it down. Vulnerable. And Peter confronts the Jews. This is Jesus of Nazareth who you killed.
Wow, so, yeah.
It's a very real vulnerability piece and confrontation is, in the worldly sense, is just not healthy and toxic in and of itself. But if we get a true vulnerable, confrontational that is biblical, we'll see it's a giving of myself to you. And that's kind of, I can say in the one sense, you made me feel, or you did this, and that's very unhealthy. Or I can say, and you have the power, or I can say, hey, I'm hurt by this, or this hurts, which is more vulnerable. And I'm the one that's in control, because I'm not saying what you did, I'm saying what I felt. And so you get to do that, and you may not use those terms or that technical language, but in counseling, and you actually get to say, I'm hurting, or this hurt.
Man, well, Charles, this is, so helpful. And I think it's really also helpful for so many Black Christians to hear it connected to the principles that we hear said all the time, and then kind of extrapolated from a different angle, which is, it's just a gift to us. And I thank you so much for being willing just to take out some time on a Juneteenth day like today. We're celebrating and we're excited about, our freedom, and there's so many things that we're encountering. But before you go, what's the first step? If someone's like, okay, I'm all in, what would you tell people to do first in terms of counseling? Like, is there a website that you would recommend? Is there a book that you would recommend them to get? Like, what's that first step for them?
Website, obviously people all over the nation, the world, learn some resources. If you are a leader, begin building networks with other counselors and people. I think it's all about relationships. And so a book I would recommend is Safe People by Cloud and Townsend, the Boundary Guys. The whole book is summed up in this, like, become a safe person, then you'll be able to recognize safe people, and therefore you can have safe relationships. But definitely I would start there. There are a lot of resources. Begin to break down your own narrative. Ask yourself, why haven't I gone to counseling? And not in a critical, judgmental way, but what has kept me from seeking or doing this type of work? And begin to ask yourself those hard questions and kind of uncover your own narrative in that sense. But definitely, there, in the age of technology with COVID-19, they have relaxed the guidelines of telehealth, and you can get a counselor. How we doing right now? And I think as long as they are in your state, like, you can go and see anyone. There are people who are able to cross states and practice across different borders and stuff like that. But you can definitely begin to psychologytoday.com. You could probably search some hashtags on Instagram.
Yes.
Black therapy. I follow a Black theology and counseling page. I'm regretting that I didn't write that down to begin with, but there are a lot of different people online who are posting resources, especially in this time right now, that you can literally probably go to your search page, search counseling, search Black counselors, search Black therapy, and slide in some DMs. Get in there. Ask questions.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
You
no,
know?
that's necessary, bro. Necessary.
Right.
No, well, Charles, man, thank you so much. This has been extremely helpful, practical, exactly what we wanted it to be. It is just our honor to have you on and for you to share your expertise with us. So thank you so much. Where can people follow you? Can they continue to follow you?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter and Instagram is DJ Ground Chuck. I'm a DJ at night. Not a good one during COVID-19. I have my virtual game stepped up. Charles Jr. on Facebook.
Cool.
Yeah, so just you all can connect with me there. You can slide in my DMs too. I don't mind, directing people in certain places and so forth and so on. But yeah, it's a huge honor, man, to be a part of this historical moment. I think it's just a testament of how God uses and causes these types of things for our good.
Yes, yes.
So this is a critical moment. We're going to look back at COVID-19 and be able to say, like, it was born out of this, or a lot of people's lives are going to be changed out of this time period. So I'm excited, and happy Juneteenth to you, brother.
Hey, man, happy Juneteenth, man. Happy Freedom Day. I appreciate you, man. Stay black, stay free, stay in Christ, man. And thank you all so much for joining us for this session. There is a little bit more still to come. We still have some amazing things even after this session, but we've been talking about being free to be emotionally well, mentally well. We hope that you've taken some notes and you can go and do something right now. But stay tuned. There's more to come right here at our online, all day, all digital celebration right here at the Witness, a Black Christian Collective.
What's good, family? What's good? We live again. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We already live.
I cannot hear you though.
Microphone.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, of course. Man, how you feel about today, man? We got another episode we getting ready to start, and we're gonna run that, but we're gonna give people just a minute to hop on. How you feel about it so far, man?
Look, shout out to the Witness team. Y'all have been killing it all day. I've been on, different calls and different meetings, but checking back in. Oh my goodness, this lineup is sick, man. It's gross. It's good.
It's been phenomenal, man. And I think, we talked about how this is potentially a test balloon. Don't tell the team we told y'all, but potentially test balloon for national conference. The team probably going crazy in the chat. They like, hold up, what you saying? You didn't tell us that. But man, we're getting ready to record another episode of Pastor Mike. And I just want to thank everybody for coming through. And even as we record this episode, we know that the hour is far spent, but we hope that you guys will lock in. We're going to talk about something I think is very important to freedom, very important to the Witness, very important to kind of our future and how we believe God has called us to be in this season. So, man, any thoughts or any comments about what you've experienced outside of even this event, man? Just the whole Juneteenth movement, which just seems like it's just everybody's on top of it now.
Yeah, that's been really interesting. Like, it seemed like in the past 2 weeks, everybody came up with some sort of Juneteenth commemoration, whereas a year ago at this time, it was few and far between. So I'm like, did somebody flip a switch or whatever? But can I get heavy for a moment? Maybe, I don't know. We bring this up when we start the show, but it is a day off. You got a couple of corporations that are giving their workers paid holidays today. You've got states that are working to make this a paid holiday. You've got bills being proposed to make this a national holiday. And so the movement is toward this as a day off, but for Black people, it still feels like a day on. It is interesting that, you exactly. And I, we've been going all day, and this is supposed to be a day since early morning, and we supposed to be, this is supposed to be a day to celebrate our liberation and to relax, and enjoy
We feel
life.
enslaved right now. Come on now. Come on. We feel enslaved right now. I'm messing.
I wouldn't go that far. But at the same time, isn't it illustrative of the Black experience in America that even a day set aside to celebrate our emancipation, we're having to explain and raise awareness and work in many ways? And we do this, and we do it, and we're grateful for it as a stewardship that God has given us. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm going to need a break from the break.
Right.
Man,
that's a testament, especially in your case, man. It's a testament of how important your work is and how much people glean from your voice. So, man, that's a really good point. Let's get into it, man. I know the team's probably like, yo, let's get it cracking. Listen, as I give my intro, I got to grab a couple of things real quick. So just if y'all see me grabbing something, yo, give me grace. But yeah, let's get into it, man. Well, greetings and God bless. Welcome to another episode of Pass the Mic, dynamic voices for a diverse church, powered by The Witness, a Black Christian collective. I'm your host, Tyler Burns. You can follow me on Twitter at Burns23. Follow at your own risk. Hold up. And joining me, I'm not done yet. And joining me is the president of The Witness, the man, the myth, the legend, the New York Times. My hat can't even stay on. It's so much fire. The New York Times best-selling author, Mr. Blue Check Verified himself. Wow. I feel my help coming on. Jamar Tisby, what's going on, brother? Congratulations, man.
For those of you getting the audio version of this, Tyler Burns put on a party hat and whipped out a loudspeaker to add that intro.
Y'all thought I was playing. I'm recreating that megaphone gif. Y'all thought I was playing. Listen, Jamar, I want to give you some names here real quick before we keep going. I want to give you some names here. Alex Haley. Gwendolyn Parker. Toni Morrison. Alice Walker. Michelle Alexander. Colson Whitehead.
My.
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Right.
Brian Stevenson.
Yeah.
Isabel Wilkerson. Austin Channing Brown. Latasha Morrison. Those are your peers. We love you, man.
Bro,
those aren't people you look up to anymore. You look to the side of them now. Those are your peers. Thank you. Thank you for your work. We honor you. We believe in you. We love you. We're proud of you. Congratulations, man.
Thank you so much. Wow. That's powerful, bro. That's powerful. Thank you.
Well, bet. Okay. Let's get into it before we start crying. Let's get into it. Man. So I think before we get into the topic, I think it's important for people to acknowledge the dynamic that is happening between Jamar and I on the podcast. And some of you guys already know it because you've been listening for years, but some of you, especially if you just tuned in today, you don't know about this dynamic between Jamar and I. We just acknowledged him for being a New York Times best-selling author. We acknowledged him for being a man who is refined, a man who is scholarly, a gentleman and a scholar, a historian, right? Very highly educated. He carries himself with a sense of gravitas. That's Jamar. Now, that's one side of Pass the Mic. Now, the other side of Pass the Mic is me. And here's the thing about me. I'm a little bit more of a wild card, right? I got a strong prophetic in me. I got a strong table flip anointing in me, right? You guys have probably picked up on this. I'm just a little bit of a wild card. See, if it was 2K, my table flip sliders would be all the way up to 90, 95 potentially, right? I'm a real strong table flip anointing. Right? I can typically pull it back if necessary, but the reality of the matter is, man, I got a little table flip in me. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I feel like flipping just a table. It may be a baby table. Maybe the kids' table at Thanksgiving. I feel like flipping just a little bit of a table here today, Jamar. Is that okay? Can I do that? Is that? Do you give me permission to do that?
It's Juneteenth. Be free, brother. Free to be.
Okay. Excellent. So I'm going to start off by saying I'm going to name a name today. And it's something I don't normally do when it comes to someone in my fraternity. I'm going to name a pastor's name today. And let me make it clear, because a lot of people I already know are going to insert their own meaning into this, and they're going to say and do whatever they feel like they should say and do based upon me saying this person's name. But I just want to say, as a disclaimer, I'm not canceling anybody. I'm not discarding anybody's humanity. Not saying they should lose life and limb. Not advocating for revenge. Okay, this is important because I just want it to be said on the front end of things. But it makes absolutely no sense for me to talk about this scenario without mentioning this person's name. Now, this person, I hope that he has repentance. I hope that he learns from this mistake. I hope that he grows, and I hope that he uses his very considerable influence, wealth, and resources for the liberation of all Black people. Amen. But the reality is we got to get into something that was very hurtful for a lot of Black Christians. Very, very hurtful. Jamar, and I'll just go ahead and mention the name. Are you familiar with a guy named Chris Hodges, Pastor Chris Hodges?
Vaguely, but give us some background.
So Pastor Chris Hodges is a very famous pastor nationally, especially in the southern region, the southeast region. And what is so interesting about Pastor Chris Hodges is he pastors the largest church in the state of Alabama. It's called Church of the Highlands. He is also a leader and founding member of the Ark Church Network. And if you know anything about churches and church polity and church planting, then you know his name. You know the Ark name. Very, very popular, multi-ethnic, very well known. Now, here's the thing about Chris Hodges. He is very good at what he does. He's very good at systems and administration and strategies, very good at developing and building systems and building churches. That's why he has tens of thousands of members from all different cultures and denominations, etc. Now, here's the thing about Pastor Chris Hodges. He is also known as someone who is part of the Evangelicals for Trump Alliance, Pastors for Trump.
Okay. And
that's always been an issue, right? That's always been a problem. Of course, we're going to naturally run into some issues and snags there. But, you know, it's one thing to support a candidate. Now, this particular candidate is different, but it's another thing when you start buying into certain ideologies, right? Another thing entirely when you start buying into certain ideologies. Well, Pastor Chris Hodges is in the news because there is a backlash publicly in the community where he serves based upon some things he has done on social media, okay? One of the things that he did on social media is he liked a series of posts from a guy named Charlie Kirk. Now, Charlie Kirk, if you're not familiar, is at the very least a casual racist. At the very most is willfully ignorant, virulent racist who continues to propagate stereotypes about the Black community, stereotypes and ideas that are extremely dangerous, such as white privilege is a myth, continues to attack and target Black figures, also has a strong streak of xenophobia in the way that he deals with the Asian American community, especially. And Charlie Kirk is known as this figure. And a few weeks ago, it was revealed that Pastor Chris Hodges, who only follows just a few people on Instagram, liked over, I think the actual number was over 70 posts by Charlie Kirk on Instagram. Many of them espousing the same things that I was just mentioning. Now, this came out, and before we could get the full weight of what happened, the person who posted it, who was a local teacher in that area, who was also Black, she said that he was unliking posts, very quickly unliking posts when it come to his attention. Yes. Now, another thing that he did as well is he also deleted his entire Twitter account. So we can't actually know who he liked and how many times he liked their thoughts. Now, I saw this story, Jamar, and to be honest with you, I saw this story and I said, you know what? I'm not really going to get involved in the white evangelical business, not going to really get involved in the Ark Church stuff. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not really going to get involved in all that. It's not right. Hopefully he should apologize. But, I'm not going to get involved in it, so I just let it pass, right? Now, some other things have come out. Some people had gotten upset, and the local school board had basically said that some of his campuses, which are at high schools locally, especially in Black areas, they didn't want them to be there anymore, right? You can argue and debate the legality of all that, and people will do that as much as they want to do. Argue and debate all that, right? But a couple of things really got me, Jamar. And my pitch is rising because a couple of things really kind of pushed me a little bit. I was going to ignore it. Now, the first thing that I discovered is that he had also invited, or someone in his group had invited Charlie Kirk to speak at their youth group. Now, if you think about the largest church in the state of Alabama, that's going to be a very large youth group as well. Thousands of impressionable Generation Z members. And entrenching racism in their minds and entrenching white normativity and frankly, white supremacy in their minds seems to me like that would be a problem. Kind of seems like that's a red flag for me.
As a pastor. Yeah.
Yeah, not something I think that would be wise. But hey, I had a problem with that. That started to get me rising just a little bit, right? Again, I still wasn't going to say anything. Then he comes out with an apology, which was, depending on your perspective, sincere or woefully insufficient. And I was like, okay, well, he's going to get flack. But something pushed me over the edge, Jamar. And that is that at one of their prayer meetings on the night before he gave that apology, this is the same week that George Floyd was murdered on camera, and it gripped the national attention. The night before, he had a prayer meeting that was televised, and the only comment that he has on his social media about this particular incident and situation is this prayer meeting, and it is a clip of him standing up and inviting all of his Black pastors who are present to come up and stand on the stage with him. So he invites them up and one by one calls them out by name, all 5, 6, 7 of them. I think one person had his wife there as well. They run up to the stage as quickly as they possibly can, stand next to him, and then one by one, he allows them to get the mic and pray. But the thing about it is, before he started, he said, well, I have an African-American pastor here with me who runs our global student ministry, which I think is very interesting because the person who was also going to be standing next to Charlie Kirk while he talked about these entrenched racist ideas was also a Black man. So that seems a little, okay, that's a little bit of a development. And so he brings them all up, and one by one before he says, I just want to show we're in complete unity. And then he lets them pray and he hugs them and they cry, and it's an emotional moment. Let me say this, and this is the topic for today. I don't know the condition of anyone's heart, so I'm not impugning motives. I don't know the condition of these pastors. I know that they're all extremely gifted. I don't know their mentality. I don't know what was said beforehand. He said it was an impromptu thing. I don't know if it was or it wasn't. It is not for me to say. I am not familiar with their situation. I just want to make this one comment because this is the only reason why we're talking about this. It is directed specifically to Black Christians. Black Christians, we are not shields. We are not shields to deflect the racist backlash whenever the people who are in authority over us say racially insensitive things and do things based upon the fact that they have not been doing the work for themselves. We are not shields. We are not the ones that are supposed to take the brunt and explain and do the work and carry and deflect and bear the brunt of what someone should stand up for by themselves. We are not shields. We are not the people who are supposed to stand up and have our Blackness affirmed only when it is convenient for the status quo. We are not shields. We are not the people who are supposed to fly in only at the time when it is most convenient for others around us. Yet it seems as though we are invisible to them. Our Blackness is invisible to them in every other scenario. We are not shields. And I fear, Jamar, I deeply fear that there are dozens upon dozens of Black Christians under the sound of my voice who will be watching this live or listening to this later, and they genuinely feel like their duty, their solemn duty, is to be shields for the establishment. That it is Christ-like for them to bear the brunt of what someone should stand on their own 2 feet and deal with themselves. And it is dehumanizing. It is treating you like you are an inanimate object. It is acting as though you do not have worth, value, dignity, and agency. It is importing unity. It is importing all kinds of things that you may or may not believe. I want to emphasize for you, it is wrong. It is tokenizing. It is marginalizing. It is dehumanizing. And it is beneath your created image bearerness in God. It is beneath who God created you to be. You are not a shield. And I feel like on Juneteenth, I feel like we need to declare freedom for some people. If you don't believe it yourself, we believe it for you. You are not an inanimate object. You are not a shield. It ain't right. It ain't acceptable. And I think it's time, high time for us to declare freedom. And I'm going to give you some practical steps too. But before I get into that, Jamar, you better cut me off or cut this mic off. Because I'm going to tell you, we are not shields. And I felt so embarrassed for the men standing up there. Not because they don't genuinely love their pastor. That's not what I'm talking about. Not because they don't genuinely care for their pastor. That's not what I'm talking about. I believe you do. And I believe he's done some great things for you, giving you some phenomenal opportunities. That is all understandable. But I just want to emphasize to you that someone can do great things for you and still oppress you, still tokenize you, still dehumanize you, still treat you as less than, with a smile on their face. And I'm going to tell you, there are enough people. It seems like there's a dozen people every week who reach out to me.
Yeah.
And they reach out to me and they vent and they say, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to act. Can you help me? Can you please lift my head up? Can you point me in the right direction? And something on the inside of me recently, I want to sit with you. I want to pray with you. I want to cry with you. I can't do it for everybody, but I want to do it for as many people as I can. But something on the inside of me started rising up saying, hold up, everybody needs it. Black Christians in general, the collective needs to hear, you're not a shield. I don't care where you are. I don't care how great they were. I don't care how successful the ministry is. I don't care how much good they've done as outreach in the community. You are not a shield, and nothing makes you that. So we'll start there, and then you can take over before I lift off.
I'm applying the lesson you taught me earlier today. I'm gonna let that rest. Let people absorb that.
Oh man.
So that is deep, Doc. You took. I just want people to understand what you saw, because I think it's a prophetic vision. You saw this white pastor bring up these Black members and leaders in his church to act as a shield for his own unrighteousness. And let's just call it that, unrighteousness around race, and use them as props. But you saw through that to the humanity, to the image of Godness in those Black people. You empathized with their situation, with their context, but you're speaking prophetic truth to say that's not our role, to be shields. And you just reminded me of so many things. You reminded me of our long history of commodification. Mm-hmm. So even as we think about, we recording this on Juneteenth, which is the celebration of our emancipation. And I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times, I'll keep saying it. We say slavery for shorthand, but it's really race-based chattel slavery. And so we understand on a certain level the racial aspect of it. But I do want people to realize that the racial aspect of chattel slavery meant that people who were coded as Black were born into, lived in, and died in slavery, which is very different from forced labor in other contexts. There was no hope of emancipation simply because of your race. But the second part is the chattel aspect, when chattel means property. Okay, so we were treated in the same category as a plow or a cart or real estate. We were left to the sons and daughters of white supremacists and plantation owners in their wills. as if you would leave other property. And that gets to the idea of commodification, right? So we were first treated people as property in enslavement, and Black women doubly so, because they were valued for their, not just their productive labor, but their reproductive labor, right? But then even after emancipation, they find new ways to commodify us. And so enter convict leasing, right? Enter things like sharecropping, which is in economic terms called debt peonage. Debt peonage. It's another form of economic exploitation. Enter into in Mississippi, there is external pressure to change the state flag by the Southeastern Conference, the SEC football conference.
Yep.
Why? Because they know that Black bodies on a field are commodities. And they're saying, hey, we're not going to have championships in your state unless you change the flag, which is ostensibly a good, but it's playing off of the commodification of Black bodies. And the same thing happens in the church. That's what you pointed out. That's what you pointed out. So when you say we're not shields, you're also saying we're not commodities, is what I'm hearing.
That's it. And I just want to make that abundantly clear because, man, it's something that we all do. And, you know, I've been having this conversation, and Pastor John Faison really talked about it as well earlier. And it's something that we all do as it relates to our treatment of what we perceive to be an authority or a right, you know, whether it's white evangelical or whatever we consider to be the standard of what Christianity is in America. But I think also, man, it's because it's so flattering for Black men who haven't been affirmed and who have deep father wounds, and who have this mentality that, man, if a man just looks at me and says, I'm proud of you and I'm gonna give you the keys to this campus, and believes in us, that's something that really makes us soar on the inside. And because we haven't done the deep work of acknowledging the fact that, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Ostensibly, again, like you were saying, that's a good thing to be affirmed. But we haven't done the deep work of talking about the things in our hearts that lead us to privilege certain voices over others, right? Privilege certain spaces over others. And so what stood out to me as well, you know, not just in the idea of commodities, what stood out to me as well is the reality that, man, there were barely any Black women on that stage. There was one Black woman on that stage, but there are barely any. And so the men ran up, and then there was one Black woman who I believe is on staff or what have you. And but other than that, there weren't any Black women on stage. And it's very interesting to me that all these Black men are there. They have families, they have wives, they have children. But the women that they're married to are erased in this equation and are erased as seen as people who are willing to stand up in that regard. And I think another thing that really hammered the point home as far as commodities is the way in which he referred to them. And the way in which he referred to them is, man, this person does this, this person does that, this person does the other. And it reminded me of something in my mind that, man, all these people, no matter what I think about their decision and their actions, they're all extremely talented and gifted. They're all extremely talented and gifted. And they are a prize commodity for a reason, because of their gifts. And I think it is so easy for us to go to a place where we feel like we can use all of our gifts. And oftentimes that's a white evangelical space because we're seen as unique and exotic and different, and there's not as much competition. And we feel like we got to compete against a whole bunch of people for only a few spots in the Black church. And whatever that may mean for us mentally, I'm looking at them and I'm saying, man, y'all are gifted. Like, who told y'all needed someone to stand up and affirm the gifts that God already gave you? No, you're great in and of yourself. You didn't need that pedigree. You really didn't. You didn't need it. Maybe he gave you an opportunity, but you're great all by yourself. And it made me sit back and say, man, we're not only being treated as commodities, but we're also devaluing ourselves as well. We're devaluing how good we are. Like, we're devaluing how gifted we are. And when I looked at it, I said, man, and then here's another thing. And this is another shield concept here. But Black Christians, we are not shields. Yes, true. But also Black Christians, we are not stools. We are not inanimate objects. And here's what I mean by that. I'll say there are two dynamics here that I really want to address and emphasize. And one of those dynamics is that for many Black Christians, we've been speaking out about these things since 2012, 2014, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, depending on when you had your awakening, right? And a lot of people even long before that, right? So we've been speaking out about these things, talking about these things, constantly, raising our voices, been called everything, every name but a child of God, been called everything you can possibly, every spiritual and racial slur you can be called by professed believers and spiritual leaders and pastors. And then now we look around, and especially today, oh, now everybody on Juneteenth. Oh, y'all care about Juneteenth now, huh? Wow. Now, here's the thing. The same people who injured us aren't coming back to repent to us.
That's what I'm saying.
The same people who called us names aren't now coming back to lift us up. Now we're just stools to either be stepped over or stepped on. Now we're just the people who are getting you to your enlightenment, because it's always about you. It's always about what happened. Man, now it's important. Now you want to talk about it in your church. But you diss me to my face. So how you going to tell people to encourage and to listen to people you won't listen to yourself? How you going to instruct people to model something you're not modeling yourself? How does that work? And now you're not going to come back and lift me up after you talk down about me to my face and around other people? Now, I'm not your stool. No. And then I'm not your retroactive stool either. I'm not the person that spends hours upon hours talking to you every single night about all the things you got to think about these issues. Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what about this? Well, what about? I'm like, you ain't been doing the work. You haven't been doing the work for 5, 6, 7 years when you see me post about it. And there's two different types of people. There are the people who address you publicly or privately, and then the people who ignore that you're saying everything. So they erase you. They make you invisible. And now I'm your stool towards racial enlightenment and justice? How does this work? We're not shields, nor are we stools, nor are we people to step on or step over, and then you don't come back and repair the people you stepped on. Come on, man. So now I'm connecting this to Pastor Hodges because I want it to be clear. This is the reason why I mentioned, because it makes no sense for me to mention people generally if there's a clear-cut example that you can really, really glean from. He said, man, you know what? He came back and said, to his credit, man, I'm a different Pastor Hodges now. I'm a different pastor now. Amen. I believe you. You are, right? Because you're having to confront some things. Not saying you change, but you are having to confront some things, right? Okay, cool. Okay, now you're having to confront some things. But here's the interesting thing about that. This is what he said. He said, man, I brought in my 4 pastors. Same guys who he had brought up. I brought in my 4 pastors, man, black pastors. I said, man, just teach me. What do I need to know? Now, hold on, wait a second here. Now, my role is I'm a pastor. I didn't know. Listen, I understand we in relation. I didn't know I was educated too. Are you going to pay me like an educator? Yep. Are you going to compensate me according to the work that I'm putting in? Are you going to ask if I need time off to recover and repair from hearing you say and do these things and act like it didn't exist? And then all the women that I've seen who have posted on social media about how hurt they are, they're the ones you need to be talking to. We're in positions of power. We have a lot to lose, so we're naturally going to correct. We're naturally going to cover. We're naturally going to want to preserve our position. So of course, but what about the women who are crying out on your social media comments and y'all just scrolling through?
My.
Go look at the post. If you think I'm playing, step out of this stream and go look at the post on Instagram. If you think I'm joking, and see if anybody's being talked to. Reach out and ask them. All the people who are saying, I felt like this was a safe place for me, and now you're going to step over them? Hey, you 4 who really like me and who I've done a whole lot for and who have a lot to lose, so I know you're not going to really tell me the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You come on in. What if the 4 told you to resign? You think that's what they're going to tell you to do? Come on, man. Listen, I don't get it. I don't get it. We're not shields and we're not stools. We are not people to be stepped on and stepped over. And I have to say this because we miss it, man. We miss the fact that Black women are getting stepped over and stepped on. I'm going to keep coming back to it. I'm tired of us ignoring it. It may look great for me. It may be great for me. It may be an opportunity for me, but Black women don't get afforded the same opportunities in these spaces. They're seen through a flattened lens, through a limited prism. And we got to name that thing, man. We got to name that. So listen, I'm not saying he's not doing repentance work. I'm not saying he's not taking some steps. I'm not saying he's not listening. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that right there is a sign and signal to me that there is a culture of tokenization and commodification towards Black and brown bodies, and it has to stop. And I'm gonna tell you, people get so offended when you bring up pastors' names. They like, man, you know what? You shouldn't do that. You a pastor. I know, but here's the thing. When I mess up and when I fall short, I pray y'all come get me. Please do. Please do. Because it is so important for those of us in leadership to recognize the extreme power that we have. And the power that we have can injure and permanently harm people. You want to know how many people I talk to who are like, man, I ain't even comfortable coming to church. I don't even want to go to your church. My church didn't do anything to you. Yeah, but the other church did. And they don't even want to step foot in church because it's not safe. We're not shields. We're not stools. Full stop.
That's a word, Pastor. Beyond Chris Hodges.
Yeah.
What's the message to Black Christians in this moment? If we're extrapolating not shields and not stools in my situation, maybe I'm at a predominantly white church or Christian ministry or nonprofit or what have you. What's the general principle as we're talking about free to be?
Yeah. Okay. So if you are going to be free, you need to walk in your freedom. You need to walk as though you are free. So let me be very practical here. If you are a Black pastor in a white evangelical space, here's what I encourage and recommend and plead with you to do. If that's the space God has called you to, that's not for me to say. That's not for me to tell you to leave and get up and go. If you are called to stay there, you need to organize. If you are called to stay there, you need to organize as if other people's lives, families, bodies, and souls depend on your position of power. This is very hard for people to understand. It's not just about you. I was talking with Dante about this on the PTM where we talked about righteous Black rage. And I just want to emphasize to y'all that it is not as big of a compliment to be the first and the only as you think that it is. It is not as big of a compliment as you think that it is. That's great. But if the door closes behind you after you step in, you have failed your people. You have failed to think about your neighbor. You have failed to think about your kinsman according to the flesh. You failed. So my position of power, if I am in a white evangelical setting, which I am not, but if I'm in a white evangelical setting and I'm a pastor, my position of power means that other people's livelihoods, bodies, their souls depend on what I do. So here's what I would say. If you are not gathering all the Black people for a Black Christian only meeting of members of your particular church on a monthly basis, on a regular basis, to check the temperature, it doesn't have to be an emergency, to check the temperature of what is going on, of how they are feeling, of how they are living, of how they are dealing with being in a minority in this white-dominated space. You need to do that. You need to organize people together to give them safe space to fully be themselves, holistically. And here's the thing about that, is when you do it in peacetime, not just in wartime, when the wartime comes, when the issues come, because they will come, you're able to work things out in private and you're able to move as one plural voice, right? What's the proverb? Sticks in a bundle are unbreakable, right? That's the African proverb. So sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. We have to come together and we have to stand together if you are going to be in those spaces. Now, here's another thing with that. If it is the case that people are not listening to you and they're not operating in repentance, then it's not just one or two people leaving, which pastors can rationalize. Not just 2 or 3 families leaving. It's 100 families leaving. It's 50 families leaving. It's 500 families leaving. And you can leave loud. See, some people are just trickling off, and the only way we know they're leaving is because they put up a Facebook status. That's the only way we know they're leaving. Other people, they're leaving loud as they possibly can, but because it's just them, people can dismiss them away. You can't dismiss 500 people standing at your face. And we leave loud, and people are like, oh, how you gonna do that? Okay, the Protestant Reformation. We're gonna do the same thing your boy Martin Luther did. Y'all been doing it for years, centuries. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to organize together. If y'all don't listen, y'all don't repent, we leave. We nail it to the doorpost. Let's get practical here. Let's talk about money, because this is the thing that we are doing. We see the budgets, we see the savings accounts, and we don't use them for our benefit. We are afraid to use the leverage and the power that we have. We have power, not just to walk in freedom for ourselves, but to create freedom for other people. Okay, let's talk about it. If you're on staff and you're in a position of power, you're a pastor, black pastor in a white evangelical space, is your church providing free pro bono racial trauma counseling for anybody who wants it, who is black? I've seen churches do it. Don't tell me it's not possible. I've seen churches do it. I know it's possible. And not coming out of my pay, not coming out what you are paying the staff. No, this is pro bono. It's on y'all's time. Y'all do that. Because I am in this space, and if I'm going to flourish in this space, you need to pay for the reparative counseling necessary for me to deal with this space. Let me give you another thing, okay? All right, cool. Y'all like, man, Juneteenth, we free now. Amen, cool. Now, when are you gonna write that check for $50,000 and put that in a separate account so that the black people who are in your leadership and who are on staff at your church can utilize it for the flourishing and the development of black families and black people and black women in your church context? So if we need to take a group of 10 to 15 people who are going to stay, who have committed themselves to stay, if we're going to take them on a retreat to recover from the hell that they've been through over the past 3 weeks, y'all paying for it, not us. There is a separate line item on the budget that is built back into, you can justify it however you want to justify it. And it is not something that you lord over. You said, no, we're going to invest in your reparative therapy. If we need to go to a black church conference or a black Christian conference, we need to go to Join Justice 2021. You're going to pay for it. Why should we have to pay for it when we are giving you a value add? We are giving you a great, use your leverage. And people don't think about this because they're like, man, that's not Christian. That's not, no, what is not Christian is to allow people to trample upon you. And then thus, because you think you can take it, you allow other people and your neighbors to be trampled upon themselves. No, you need to utilize the fact that if we can spend $250,000 for a soundboard, if we can spend $30,000 for some cameras, nah, you can spend $50,000, put it into an account. That's the bare minimum so that it can be used for the flourishing of the people you say you care so much about. You crying. Why you crying? Stock. Why you crying? Write a check. Why are you crying? I feel you, but yo, love is what love does. That's what I was taught. Do something with it. May your actions correspond with the tears that are falling to the carpet. Get on your knees, get up, and go write a check so that someone can be free. I'm just saying, we need to think like this, and black Christians in those spaces are not thinking like this, and that's why people are leaving those spaces, or they're talking to other people outside of those spaces. And when they talk to other people outside of those spaces, they're like, man, we don't have any leverage to do anything. Get you 5, 10 people and start there and build from there. We got to get practical, Jamar. This freedom, we got to apply pressure. We like, oh, the civil rights movement. That's what they did. They applied pressure. Apply pressure. That's the only way things change.
Yes, and amen, brother.
I'm sorry. I'm giving y'all the freedom notes because it's Freedom Day. I'm giving y'all the freedom notes. I don't get it. If you are in a place and you are working as hard as you possibly can work, and you are having to justify your existence, and you are having to not be seen on the stage, you are having to not be seen and reduce your culture and become monocultural, why is it? I don't understand. Why is it that you have no right to demand that people treat you well? No, and this is the thing. This is what people have to understand, because I hear a lot of this. People come to an enlightenment. They get woke, as you would say, and they come to this enlightenment, and they rise up, and then they say, "Man, what can we do?" And then they spend hours of coffees and breakfasts and lunches and dinners and tea times and I'll go over to your house. You come over to my house. Our kids play together. And it's just labor. Questions, 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 questions. It's just 21 questions to infinity. And we playing this game and we giving all of our labor and our expertise, and then they interrogating us and cross-examining us. But what about this? And what about that? What about this? What about that? And you didn't have a relationship with them before, but now they see you as a resource. They see you as an encyclopedia. They see you as Google. And we doing all this because people now came to an enlightenment. No, we have to teach you this. We have to teach you how to treat us well. We have to teach you how to treat us with dignity. You didn't know before. Now you want to know? Okay, this is what it looks like. Repair. Don't just repent. Repair the things that you have broken and destroyed. Why is that hard for us to understand in the church? And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of sitting with people who are crying and weeping and traumatized and triggered and having to deal with justifying their existence in the house of God. Y'all better organize. You do not deserve it. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they call this. I'm speaking to y'all, not to them. You don't deserve it.
So what you're saying reminds me of a few things. Number one, there is precedent for what you're saying. Organizing, and if change is not occurring, leaving en masse. That's how historically Black denominations came to be. So the African Methodist Episcopal Church, write about this in The Color of Compromise, is a dramatic story. They go into their, the Black worshipers go into their Episcopal church where they've been worshiping for years. They are in prayer, and they are in the so-called wrong section. It is segregated seating in the house of God. And while they are in prayer, officials from the church try to get them up. And then as soon as the prayer ends, they walk out in a group, go down the street, and found their own church. One of those churches goes on to become Mother Bethel AME, foundation of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. But that's not it. That was before the Civil War. Right after the Civil War, you have a mass exodus of Black people out of predominantly white denominations who say, y'all are still racist. You have treated us as second-class citizens in the household of God, and we know how to love ourselves enough to say that we don't have to stay in here, that we can go start our own thing. And what sticks out to me is this, is that as you were talking, it occurred to me that they left the white churches to do what they do. There was no guarantee that the white churches were going to change or get the message, but Black Christians did what they had to do to honor the image of God in themselves and each other.
Come on.
And then the other thing that occurs to me is, to the extent that you said we have to teach them how to love us, which is 100% true. And at the same time, we have to learn how to love ourselves.
Come
you
on,
see this
Jamar.
internalized racism, this internalized white supremacy. We come in with an inferiority complex. We're not worth the same amount of money as our peers. Our labors are not as valuable, are not as good unless we excel and do exceeding abundantly what our white peers do. We come in with a sense of devaluing ourselves. And so part of decolonization and part of following the Bible, which says to love your neighbor as you love yourself, is to learn to love the image of God in yourself, which cannot be done so well.
Let me emphasize this. Y'all want to know why I make a big show of this type of stuff? Mm-hmm. Y'all want to know why I put it on blast every time I can with Jamar? Y'all don't know the conversations we have behind the scenes. You have no idea. You have no idea what we've been through. Zero clue. Nah, he gonna hear every time we together, you that dude. And you don't need to let anybody on Twitter, anybody on social media, anybody in your past, anybody in your denomination tell you ain't that dude. No, you that dude. But we gotta tell each other that stuff. We gotta believe it.
Yeah. We gotta say, I see you.
Decades of people saying, man, well, I'm just a wretch, and I'm just trash. I'm a worm before God, and it's like, hold up, man.
We get
That's
enough
for
of
them.
that from the world.
They created that theology for them. That wasn't for us. What you mean? There's stuff we do nobody can do. Don't tell me that they can do it. Do not tell me that they can do it. If they could do it, they would have done it. It's some stuff we can do that God has created us to do. It's not about gassing ourselves up. You know this. Y'all who know me know my heart. It ain't about gassing us up. It is about us making sure that we properly value the gift of God on the inside of us. I'm tired of it, man. I'm so sick of it. That's why I'm going on live randomly. I'm like, man, you know what? Black Christians, you just need to hear you're important. And people are like, oh, thank you. I haven't heard that in so long. I'm like, why not?
Right.
Why are you in a place where you don't hear that you are important? Why are you in a place where you don't hear you're fearfully and wonderfully made? You're beautiful. Why are you in a place where you don't hear, man, there are things you can do. I wish I could do that. Man, I don't know how you do it. That's phenomenal, man. And we have so much ingrained PTSD from feeling like we can't be free that we down in ourselves, man, and spitting on the creation of God. No more, man. Nah, you that dude.
Well, it makes me think of
y'all need to hear that. Listen, you need to. I'm serious. You need to find somebody. We think Juneteenth. We're like, oh man, this is really just. Oh man, it's a heavy day. No, this ain't just a day for education. Sometimes you need to talk that talk. Sometimes you need to look across the table from somebody and be like, I don't care what they say. They ain't gonna find anybody like you. They can try. They ain't gonna find nobody like you. They don't want it, but they ain't gonna find nobody like you. And you should believe that. And I'm gonna tell you, because it is war every single day on our psyche, on our minds. Nah, we gotta gas each other up. We gotta make sure every single person who is on this call who is a Black Christian, it's some stuff I had conversations with people. They're like, yeah, I got a master's, I got a doctorate, I'm like, I feel just so, I don't know. I don't know if I did the right thing. What you talking about? You a gift. They missed out. That's on them. They missed out. They gonna have judgment because they missed out on what you were supposed to provide. Nah, man, we got to talk that talk to each other, man. If they not going to do it and we don't feel comfortable doing it for ourselves, we got to do it for each other.
That's why they say we all we got. I think that's a theological statement. We all us. We got.
We us.
because
man, come on, man.
Right?
Talk about
Nobody quite understands the what I call it is the distinct dehumanization in people of African descent, right? There's a particular way it manifests, which is anti-Blackness in our society. And so what you're getting at is I think the constant deluge of messages that we're inundated with, that we're less than, that we're marginal, that we are not as good. And what you're saying is we've got to speak truth into that lie, which is that we are kings and queens. My goodness. And I love it. I love the authenticity that you bring. And I see it not just as you speak about me and my accomplishments, but I see it in the way that you treat your youth. And I think that's incredibly important, that these, young folks, high school students, college students, they hear it from pastors and older folks.
Let me tell y'all something. These young folk, this Generation Z, doing stuff I couldn't even imagine doing at their age. I couldn't comprehend it. They run their whole programs. Last night we were at a recording. We were recording our service. And man, we have an 18-year-old, one of our 18-year-old youth leaders. She's running the whole announcements. So she writes the announcements, runs them, picks which people are going to speak, all that. And she was coaching 18 years old. She was coaching people twice her age, 3 times her age. Okay, we'll go back to this part and do this and say it with a smile. She's literally training and teaching. She ain't got no training. She in college. She a freshman in college. I'm like, man, these people is, and we out here and we got our shoulders slumped down. Man, you better talk like T'Challa. Don't stand up. You a king. Don't play with us.
The flip side
And
is if we
listen,
don't.
I'm gonna tell you this one thing before you continue. I'm gonna tell you this, man. Black pastors, if y'all don't talk that talk to other pastors, I'm telling y'all, listen to me. This is so important. Because they have a big budget and because they have people who are conventionally trained, don't be like, man, I wish I had what you have. No, you don't. You got enough right there in your own house. What's in your hands? Who your people? If your people had the same training and started from the same place they did, they'd be past them. You got to stop doing that. We got to stop. And I do it all the time. We got to stop doing that. No, our people good enough. I got my squad.
I love it. And to the degree that we don't do it, we are enabling white supremacy and racist ideas, right? To the extent that we act as shields, to the extent that we act as stools and don't push back and don't assert our own God-given dignity, then we give them cover to remain where they are. We give them cover to remain in the darkness when it comes to these ideas of racial justice. And so there's almost a culpability that goes to it. If we are not loving ourselves well and discipling other people on how to love us, there's a sense in which we perpetuate the things that are making us weary, the things that make us feel diminished. And then the last thing I'll say is, as you use that metaphor of a shield, I'm reminded of the way the Bible talks about a shield in Ephesians 6. And it talks about the shield of faith. So no, we are not shields. You know what the shield is? The shield is faith. And I think faith is so important in this conversation because what prevents us from walking out? Now, this is my testimony, okay? I was, as Paul would say, I was an evangelical of evangelicals, right? I said the sinner's prayer. I went to the churches. I went to the retreats. I read the books. I was all in this world. I didn't know any other world because I got saved in that context. But as I'm learning about myself and who God made me to be, and I'll shout out history for this, this was one of the key catalysts that helped me understand my own self and my own dignity, was studying my ancestors and the people who came before me and the ways they resisted and the ways they persisted. Then I'm saying, well, what am I doing here? But for so long, I walk the walk and I talk the talk. Tyler, I can tell you, I can show you pictures on my iPhone from a few years ago. And you can tell by my aesthetic how deep in that sunken place I was. It was in the way I dressed. It was in the way I walked. It was in the way I talked. And to come out of that place was frightening for me for a couple of reasons, because number one, you would have to step out of that which was familiar. So it's not just very concrete things like money that's keeping you there, but it's also this is the only thing I know. This is what's familiar. And then the other part is, okay, if I do step out, what am I stepping into? Is there a floor beneath me, or will I tumble into the chasm? Where will the money come from? Where will I land? With what group? Who will be my people? And I can tell you this from my own testimony. It's a frightening thing, especially that first step where you disengage from the organization. I was in the process of ordination in a denomination, and I stepped out of that. And I had no idea where I would land. I had no idea at that point if I was even called to be a minister of the gospel, because things had shifted for me so much. And but stepping out of that process and stepping away from that denomination, I'll tell you what I found. I found an Exodus community. I found a group of people on the way. I found a group of people who were in the desert. They were not yet to the promised land, but they had a pillar of fire and a pillar of cloud. And I knew I could follow them as we followed Jesus together. And that was my group. We didn't have a home. We were pilgrims on the way. We didn't have a palace. We had tents. And so that's where we are. I think many of us are in this Exodus community, but that shield is faith. And what is keep so often from leaving is that we don't have that faith. We think we're the shields when Jesus and faith in Jesus is our shield. So I just give that as an encouragement, because I don't speak as somebody who doesn't know this experience. I speak as somebody who's been through it, who's still traumatized by it, who's getting professional therapy for it, who texts Tyler day and night, complaining and crying out and looking for help and support and guidance. I speak to you as a brother in Christ who's been through this. And this is what I hope from this moment for Black Christians, is that we have the faith to get free. Free to be, free to be faithful, free to step out in God's calling. God's got it for you. I don't know what season you're in. You may be at this predominantly white space for now. It may be the right time for you to stay, but it may also be the right time for you to leave. And the only thing I can tell you is there's freedom on the other side.
Yes, yes. Man, I want to end our time today in this podcast by reading something that I wrote. Maybe you guys haven't had a chance to take a look at it. It was on my personal Facebook, so didn't really put it out there. But I just want to read some for you guys, and we'll close out and we'll get to the after party. And it says, this is for Black Christians. I was sitting down earlier, scrolling through social media, and just shook my head with gratitude. Y'all are a miracle. You inspire me. The way you dissect culture, condense theology, harness humor, channel energy, raise conscious children, love with all your might, compliment each other, and praise God through it all. On top of all that, you deal with microaggressions and racial trauma and antagonizing Facebook comments and racist relatives and imposter syndrome and so much more we don't see. And you're still here. In case people haven't told you lately, you are beyond beautiful, fearfully and wonderfully made. The world can't comprehend it, so they attack you for it. They even try to steal that beauty for their own benefit, but try as they might, they can't take it away from you. Don't quit. Don't quit. Don't quit. Keep going. You are important. You are important. The world needs you, and I need you. I love y'all, man. I hope that this event has helped you to get free. We're actually about to transition to an after party. So we're going to bring on members of the Witness team. I think it's going to stay on the stream as well. But before we do, I just want to acknowledge the team members, just in case you may drop off the stream. It is ridiculous for me not to acknowledge the amount of work that has gone into all of this. I want to acknowledge the person who has been steering this event, making sure the logistics run well. That's Zena Jones. She's phenomenal. She's a member of our staff. Outstanding. I want to acknowledge Adam Keeley for doing all the tech behind the scenes. An incredible brand manager, an incredible creative. I also want to acknowledge Bo York, our award-winning producer, for setting things up and being tech assist, in many ways, tech lead on so many different things, including this podcast. I want to acknowledge our friend Roberto Flores, my guy. We're going to star in a buddy cop comedy one day. He is my dude, phenomenal. He's been HQing this whole entire thing and will continue to HQ. I want to acknowledge Ali Henney for doing phenomenal work on social media. Amazing work on social media. That little video they put up, it got 23,000 views because Ali was in it. Because Ali is the person who's quarterbacking it. She's also the host of Combing the Roots. Phenomenal woman of God. And she recently graduated from seminary too. She graduated from Fuller Seminary. What?
All right.
Doing all this stuff.
MDiv, scholar.
Graduated? MDiv? Come on. What? Have to acknowledge Elodie Leroy. Phenomenal work on that national anthem. People are like, what version is this? That's the Elodie version. That's what we calling that. Her husband did look, we know her husband pressed the buttons and put it together, but no, she's the one who oversaw that project. Elodie is incredible. She runs our website. All the articles that go up, that's Elodie making sure that everything is on par and everything is set. We got to shout out our brother, Aaron James. Man, that brother has done so much for us. He's managing so much. He is the pastor. He's watching for our souls, caring for us so well. We love you, brother. We know you've been doing so much, man. We hate we couldn't get you on this stream, but I just want to acknowledge you. And man, we have a phenomenal team. We have an embarrassment of riches. And I want to acknowledge as well Ali's husband, Ben, as well. I have to acknowledge him because he helped out as well. Go ahead, Jamar.
you was going to leave you out because you're doing the shout outs, you're doing the acknowledgments,
Look,
but I
man,
am going to
man,
acknowledge Tyler. No. Tyler does more. What you see on Pastor Mike and the Witness is just the tip of the iceberg. Tyler is active in his community, lead pastor of a church, and does a half dozen other things that y'all will never hear about because he's just not that dude. He's okay doing things for God in God's glory and not for human accolades. But y'all may not have realized this. I've been on sabbatical. And so Tyler has taken, as vice president, he's taken on the lead. And so everything around this Juneteenth event, he has spearheaded and coordinated. So, man, this is a phenomenal event. I know people are going to be demanding more content like this now that they've seen it and they've caught a vision for it. And the entire team has done a phenomenal job. But I want to thank you for quarterbacking this whole thing, especially in my absence and allowing me to do some other things. Was capable hands, brother. And this has been a most thrilling and memorable Juneteenth. Good work.
Man, it's been phenomenal. Thank you, brother. It's been phenomenal. Hey, we're going to do an after party. We're going to do some more shout outs, make a couple of announcements too. So if you guys want to hang out with us, we'll just do an after party. I think we're just going to stay on this stream. We're going to stay on this stream. We'll hop off, but there'll be a stream that kind of takes over from this. But man, shout out to you guys. We absolutely love you. We hope that this won't be our last Juneteenth event, but we hope that this first Juneteenth event makes you truly feel free to be, and that this has been just a comprehensive day for you. Shout out to all of our guests and people who deliver content for us. We're going to shout them out in more detail in the after party. But until next time, thank y'all so much. We love y'all. We'll see you soon. Happy.
Welcome everyone to our little Juneteenth free to be after party. We are super excited that you guys hung out with us, rocking with us all this time. Very happy that you guys are just believing with us and rocking with us at The Witness. We are super blessed by that. My name is Adam Keeley. Once again, I know you probably see my name in front of me. I am the very, very overworked brand manager of The Witness, and joined by some of my compadres and doing a lot of work in the past couple of weeks making this happen. Super excited. In no particular order, my homie Ali Henney is here with us, joining us from the good city of Chicago, Illinois, on the south side where the Lord resides. Ali, so happy to have you here. You heard about her earlier. We are so excited for Zena Jones to be with us. Zena Jones keeps us together, and I promise you this would not have happened without her. The person with the juice on staff who always is finding the great content to educate you guys, entertain you guys, and just bring us together vision-wise. We got my girl Elle on the call today. Super excited for that. And then we also, you might not see them, but they are on here. We got my man Bo York, executive producer. You guys know him. He's been around forever holding us down. And then we would be remiss without mentioning Roberto Flores, who is the real tech master for all this stuff. I just happen to be in his house using his Wi-Fi. So we're super excited for y'all to join us today. Guys, how do you feel though? That was it was such a great day. What are you guys' feelings?
When Jamar said that we have to take a break from the break, I felt that deep in my soul. So that's what it is.
I feel that. It was some good words today, man. I was working and then trying to take note, but I think Tyler posted about this maybe about a week ago now, and it's really been hitting me ever since. So I appreciate him bringing that word to light. But I have been recently just been so blown away by Black Christians and the things that we are able to do in the spaces that we're able to maneuver in and the way we carry ourselves in the midst of the history of this country, in the midst of the state of the church. I'm just blown away by it. You know what I mean? I was watching, I've recently been doing different videos and panels and all those things that have been going on right now. And I've heard so many Black Christians mention feeling called by God to essentially be a missionary in a church in their own city, which is I've been unpacking that concept for a few days. It's wild to think Allie's face says it enough. That's a wild concept to unpack to me. But man, I just been blown away about the resilience and the intelligence and the sheer stick-to-itiveness of the people of which we are kindred spirits with. You know what I mean? Skin folk and kinfolk with. So I just want to take time to do that. I think Tyler hopped on. I would love to say hi to Tyler. I didn't get to see Tyler all this time. I got to watch him on the thing, but it was good like that. Zena, how are you feeling?
I feel good. This is my second event with The Witness, and everyone did a phenomenal job. The speakers, just the array of different voices that we heard today was phenomenal. I think my favorite was Paula Bryant Ellis and her interview with Ashley, and just so many different things that she said connected with me as far as, I can't remember the exact words that she said, but she talked about how when you hear God's voice, it's a voice that sometimes you don't think that you hear it, but you actually do hear it, and how her experiences in the church were very transactional. And she didn't want that anymore. And she wanted to really build a deep relationship with Christ. And I love that so much. So that was, I'm not going to say that was my favorite piece. That was probably the piece that I connected with the most, because it's so hard to pick what was the best. Like today was amazing. It was so great.
For sure. Yeah. Shout out to Paula Bryant Ellis.
Yeah.
And then also, you know what, talking about giving Black women their crowns, Ashley Hobbs, who is not a staff member of The Witness, put that joint together. You know what I mean? She ideated that thing. She is a digital podcast producer for Essence. So I had the opportunity to come alongside her with that, but credit given where credit is due. It was a great conversation. Behind Her Faith, I know we said it a lot. It's an amazing series. And if you didn't get a chance to watch the Paula thing, it is a task to get distinctly explicitly Christian things in mainstream spaces. It is a battle no matter where you are in the world. So that's really great. Allie, I need you to just tell me something about how you've been feeling in the past 2 minutes of this call, because your facial expressions, I feel like I just want to know what's going on with you. Are you still? Yeah.
I muted myself so I didn't have feedback. No, but whenever you're talking about the people being like missionaries and stuff, I'm just like, they are doing the Lord's work.
Right.
Called. They are sent. The Lord was like, and follow, like just be sent, be a missionary. Right. I'm just that was a thing for sure.
Yeah, it blew my mind. I was talking to just actually an older Black woman in the church that I attend to. It was one of the people that said it. And I was just like, that's crazy that God is calling you to be a missionary up the street from your house. Like, that's wild that's where we are as people, that's what we need. So yeah. How did everybody feel about, we got to hang out with Jamar a little bit. He's been a busy kid.
Jamar sighting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I was glad to see Jamar.
Yeah, I didn't want to ask him for his autograph or something. Like, he's famous now. He's like blue check verified, New York Times.
I see he coming late too, right? Y'all see he ain't coming. He ain't hop on immediately. Right.
Man,
like I need to. Who all gonna be there?
Man, Jamar looked like boys. Whenever he went to Ghana, like he got the dashiki. He got the hair shape. Jamar done glowed up. Like I'm scared of him.
Did you see his beard? His beard connect now?
Oh Lord, his beard done filled out. Jesus on the sabbatical, like everything connected.
I was like, do they send you moisturizers when you're on the New York Times bestseller list? I'm like, this boy out here glowing on us.
Yes, exfoliated. Just exfoliated and everything.
Quarantine has done him well, you guys. It's done him well.
Yeah, for sure. Bo, you're not gonna say anything to everybody. We love you out here.
Oh, here he comes.
Here he comes. Look at that picture.
There you go. That's a whole picture.
That's that. We gotta get that dashiki.
We need that. We gotta
get that dashiki look, Jamar.
Yeah, come on in, fam. Turn on your.
Jamar went from first single with a record deal to like now this is like indie label. I've released my own project. I released my own project, Jamar. Then you gonna tell me nothing.
Anyways, I love it.
Jamar, we glad to see you, man. We miss you over here, man.
We miss you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bro.
It's super good to see you.
Y'all showed out today. This was incredible. I saw a lot of stuff going on for Juneteenth, but nothing like this. They didn't get the comprehensive nature of it. They didn't get the joy of it. They didn't get the justice part of it. And they didn't marry those two together. Y'all had music, you had artists, you had commentary, you had solo, you had group, you had black, you had freedom. It was amazing. It was amazing. Shout out to the team. Great work, y'all.
Yeah. Hey, another shout out to the team. We started off with a really amazing Black National Anthem take. That is an original song composed specifically for this event, and that was orchestrated by Els and her boothing and some talented artists, man. And so, we really you know what I mean? Like, it's really some great stuff going on right now with us. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I just listened to that. I listened to that national anthem. I just listened to it all the time.
Yeah, our Instagram has been blowing up about it, and a lot of people have been asking about it. This will make the rest of my day easier. We would love for you to repost it, but please credit the people that put it together. Like we said, it is an original track, so we want to give them their crowns for putting in that work and using their talents. You know what I mean, to just share with us in this moment. That's a really cool thing, man. So it's been pretty good. I've been having a good time. Tyler, how did you feel about it, man? You was working today. You was doing all kinds of things.
I'm tired, Doc. I'm delirious. Y'all got that. Y'all got me a little raw at the end. Yeah. So it is what it is, man. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was when it started, I can't tell you how much joy I felt just seeing it. There was so much joy. Like, I was just smiling so it's interesting because, so you guys know I was supposed to preach my sermon last night for our church, but I ended up having to preach it this morning. So I ended up having to preach it this morning at 9, and then I left, and then I was sitting in the car in the garage, and I had pulled it up, and I was like, yo, this is happening. And it was just like, I was just sitting there like watching it, like, yeah. And I knew I had to send some emails and like write some things down and prepare. But I was like, man, I just want to watch it. Like, I just want to feel it, I just want to be, just be a participant. It was phenomenal, man. And I think what was so cool about it was seeing the comments of the people and the ones that are still coming in, just the people being honest about, I needed this, or this was really important for me, and I feel like I'm encouraged, I think that's been the win, man. Because all this stuff that we do, it isn't for us. Like, it's really for people like us who don't have the community that we have. And even us, I mean, there are ups and downs that we have, right? Like, as people in our respective cities and in our respective churches. But man, it's really for y'all. So just to be able to see people take joy in it and take pride in it, man, that's the only well done we need right there.
And we've all talked about this in a myriad of ways, but one thing that's important that I want people to understand about Juneteenth is that it is important for us as not just a culture but as a country to understand how to celebrate Black people and Blackness well. And we don't do a great job of that in this country. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't do a great job of understanding what it means to not in a dehumanizing, not in a accentuating stereotypes way to celebrate Black culture in America. And so embracing Juneteenth this way, and I'm just thankful, the witnesses, given where credit is due, the witnesses always been about Juneteenth, always been top line, like, what are we doing for Juneteenth? You know what I mean? And I'm excited about the future of this. You know what I mean? I'm excited about what this holds. If anybody, kind of is hopping on Juneteenth now, give us our credit. There's a donate button on the website. Let them know where you heard about it from. Right, exactly. But, I'm super excited about the future. And Jamar, I don't think we've all got to tell you, man, the bestseller, bro. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy, man.
It's wild, man.
Yeah, and just
congrats, fam. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, we all know what you've been through, and just walking along that path with you, various ways. It's just really magical, and it's beautiful to see man, God really will show out. God will really prepare you a table in front of your enemies, bro, out here.
My
you
Lord.
know?
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, I was thinking of it, and we all know who because we on the back end. But I was like, it's some people on Twitter got to be big mad when they seen that post. It's some people on Twitter.
There's a lot of reformed dude bros that are getting real red faced.
Big mad. Yeah,
you have to give them a little hug because they big.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, but yeah, man. So
I appreciate that. Well, I'm just so excited because I think the Witness, because of our footprint and because of the years of work, we can really sort of set the terms for what a Black Christian celebration of Juneteenth looks like in this space. You know, not that other Black Christians aren't doing it, not that other Black churches aren't doing it, but outside of a church or a denominational context, I think we occupy a really unique position, and the fact that we did it big, as big as you could do it in a pandemic in 2020, sets us up for 21 and 22 and beyond that. So I'm really excited about the future of it as well, especially when, you know, we can look ahead and think and plan and dream and all of those things. But this was just so well executed. The tech went great from my end. I think that the reverberations of today are going to echo for a long time, and we'll be hearing them here, occasionally throughout. But we've said for a while, we need to disciple people into what it means to be free. And I think this was an illustration of that. So that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, I think, from my seat, just being the brand manager of the Witness, and that is a different kind of seat in an organization like this and approaching the work. When you look at the idea of free to be, I think the thing that we really wanted to communicate top billing is the range in our culture, you know what I mean? The range in Black Christians and the way we approach our work and art and understanding our faith, you know what I mean? And people would love to, there's a lot of people, just keep it a buck, even in like white evangelical spaces predominantly, that would love for you to think that like Black thought leaders and people who got it together and doing amazing work are few and far between. And it's a lot of us out here. It's a lot of us out here. Every city we get to go to as the Witness, PTM Live, Jamara's speaking engagements and so on, all those things, we just link up with more and more people who are smart and talented and doing history and taking pictures and doing ice sculptures and the whole thing, man, just the whole thing. And so today is like, if you don't take, if the concept maybe was remiss, man, it's just that idea of that, like where we have come from and what those freedmen learned today in 1865 and moving forward, you know what I mean, is that, no matter what this country tries to put on us, no matter what trash theology and churches try to put on us, you know what I mean, we are endowed by the Lord, that our Savior, as we know him, to do whatever we want to do and be whoever we want to be and be the best at it and the fullest at it. And we're going to be out here doing that regardless of the haters, regardless of bad theology. We still going to be out here popping. You know what I mean? It's ingrained in us. Tyler, go ahead, man. I'm talking too much.
No, I just wanted to, that's phenomenal, man. Amen. But you mentioned that you're the brand manager of the Witness. So I'm like, man, I don't know if people actually know that. And I don't know if people actually know the titles that are on the call.
That's a good point. I feel like y'all should have.
No, look, El Presidente. Let's get it, man. Tell the people who's on the line, just in case they don't know.
We've been holding on to this for a while, and I'm so excited to announce it to people because you can see this is a squad. This is a team. This is the collective. That's what I am so thrilled about with the Witness. A lot of people are building their personal brands. A lot of people are trying to, advance this cause on their own, but God has assembled the Avengers here. This incredible team with different talents, different skills, and different callings and gifts, but united around this endeavor of racial justice and Black Christian uplift and all of this. So You know the team that's been established, but I want to give you some roles. All right. So you know me, you know Tyler. Elodie's been around for a minute. Bo's been there. running things, and I didn't know your musical talent, so that's a whole other horizon that we can get into. But I am so thrilled. Adam, you already mentioned it, man. Brand manager. Listen, y'all, and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this probably on today. You know how I say on today. My wife always makes fun of me. But I'm going to do this probably on today, because if you're not following Adam on Twitter and Instagram, you are missing some fantastic comment. So he's bringing this man is sharp. He is witty. He's a comedian, but he's also a creative, and he has a brilliant eye for brand management. So he's making sure that we have a cohesive message all around, because we can be like herding cats here. But Adam is great at zooming out and seeing the big picture and helping us funnel it into a unique vision. What were you going to say, Tyler?
Listen, man, I think it's important to acknowledge he's also an alum of the Evangelical School that shall not be named. That's actually where I met him. So I just want to say in general, so y'all can stop giving me all the heat. So y'all always like, ooh, look at him.
What the enemy meant for evil. What the enemy meant for evil, bro. I used for good, sir.
You need to get your black alumni together and make a statement. You know, hey, everybody mail back your diploma, right? Whatever.
Yeah, the LU Underground Railroad. They started a whole fund. They started a whole fund for black people to get up out of there.
My Lord. All right. See,
appreciate that.
We got the next generation of Harriet Tubmans, but that's not all. So welcome and congratulations, Adam, our brand manager. We also have Zena Jones. My goodness, this was a divine appointment. So one of our friends, our allies and advocates, who's a Black Christian man, said, "Listen, you've got to get this person. She is talented. She comes from the corporate. She was doing big things in the Big Apple, y'all. And what I love so much about Zena is we talked about the shield of faith. She took up that shield and stepped out on faith to follow God's calling. And it was like when God called Abram and he said, get up from the land of your fathers and go to a place that I will show you. Abram's like, where? Just no. God's like, somewhere I'll show you. Just come on. And that's what Zena did. And we're so glad she did, because she brings an incredible wealth of expertise, knowledge, and faith-filled passion to it. She's our chief operating officer. She makes sure all the moving pieces are getting done. This was an answer to prayer, because if you look around this call, we got a lot of visionaries. We got a lot of idea people. And Zena is the one who's like, okay, let's bring it down to reality and let's execute. How do we get this done? So we're so thankful Zena is on board with us. And last but not least,
absolutely phenomenal. I just want to say this, Zena, you're absolutely phenomenal. You've been incredible to get to know and work with, and our team just respects you and looks up to you so much. A true godsend for the organization, right at the exact time when we need it. See, God knows what you need when you need it. Because I'm gonna tell you, Joy and Justice would not have happened.
No,
Jones was not present. We would have been here. We wouldn't be here today before you. We don't look like what we've been through. Amen. But we appreciate you, Zena.
Amen. And last but not least, Allie Henney. Oh my goodness. What I appreciate so much about Allie, she came in, well, first of all, we saw her blowing up. You know, she has been able to build a platform with a very unique prophetic voice, unapologetic, but with a deep, deep love for the church, y'all. That I love to see her express her deep love for the church. And she is one who has the courage and the boldness to call the church and us as an organization to the carpet to make us better. It's done out of love. And so she came into the Witness maybe a year ago or so, if that, and really whipped us into shape, especially me, and was like, hey, y'all talking this, that, and the other, but you ain't been showing it. So I really appreciate how she held us to account. She has the position as CEO, Chief Executive Officer within the organization, a role and a title that she is more than capable of filling. And we're so thankful for you, Allie, and for your uncompromising faithfulness, your high standards for us, the way you constantly push us to be the best we can be, because I just can't quantify how much better we are as an organization because you're with us. So congratulations and welcome and thank you to Adam, to Zena, to Allie, and of course to our the team members who are already on board. This is a collective, y'all, and this is the team that makes it happen. So shout outs to everybody.
Let me just say this about Allie really quickly. Allie and I talk a whole lot outside of the witness and outside of just work. And I'll say this about Allie. She absolutely loves people the same way that you see her advocate for them in public. She loves them in private. And so that is, oftentimes we can see, there's public advocacy, but there's not that same love and care and concern for people behind the scenes. But there is that. And so we acknowledge you, we appreciate you, and we thank you so much for being willing to serve. And you have a brilliant mind. You're a theologian. People don't realize that about you. So we acknowledge you. I think a couple of people have to go. So if you have to go, Elle, you phenomenal. That Black National Anthem version is gonna fly. It's gonna outlive you. It's phenomenal.
Oh, well, God. Okay, well, I'll take it.
Bye, guys. Like, is my time coming soon? All right.
We love you.
See you, Elle.
Bye, Els. If there's anything I could say, I don't know how much longer we're going to be on here, but if a lot of people are like, oh, like when Allie was moving to Chicago, they're like, oh my gosh, Allie Henny, oh my gosh, Allie, da, da, da. If you don't hang out with Allie for 6 months to a year unless you are trying to be Angela Davis or Stokely Carmichael.
Kwame Ture. No, you can't use his old name. You got to use his Kwame Ture.
Look, anytime Allie hit me up, she trying to do some revolutionary stuff. I'm like, can we get brunch? We play cards? Allie like, yo, I found out about this underground protest sign making company where we burn. I'm like, Allie, Allie hit me up Allie hit me up very late in the evening. Was like, yo, you trying to run to? I was like, dog. How was your day? So I don't know. I know I'm super happy that she's in the city and people love Allie. I want to set expectations for y'all. Don't get
I moved to Chicago during the revolution, y'all. Like, listen, I'm not like this normally.
No. And she was on the ground day one. As soon as she got there.
I was there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was there because I called Adam. I was like, "Hey, something's going on downtown. You going?" And he was like, "Well," I was like, I said, hit him with the eyes, with the iPhone eyes, like side eye, and he was like, "Okay, I'll be over to pick you up."
Listen, if I text y'all something's going down, I mean it's a movie. Somebody got like a 2-for-1 wing
Xbox.
Hey, she trying to go to the battlefield. I was like, that's all I'm supposed to say. Just set expectations, man. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know how you guys are thinking. I would love to, as much as I love hanging out with everybody, I would love to take a couple of minutes to just hang out with the team. So I don't want to tell people.
So
you gotta go home, but you can't
gotta
go
home.
You don't have to go home, but you can stay here.
That's it.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and head out, man. Keep celebrating Juneteenth. I don't know, Tyler, Jamar, if anybody has anything else to say. Thank you so much for investing and believing in us, everybody who stuck with us.
I want to say something. So I say thank you so much for all of just the wonderful comments and praise that you heaped on everyone on the team and on me also. But I think that it is important to acknowledge what Jamar and Tyler have done with an organization, with the Witness. what the witness was in the past, and it wasn't anything that was bad in the past. But before we became the witness in 2017, I have watched these men develop an awareness and consciousness. Because in fact, the first time that I ever interacted with Tyler, one of the first times I ever interacted with Tyler, the first time I interacted with him was like, okay, in the Pass the Mic group was, okay, man, well, how can we have one post a day? Like what is that? That was the very first time that I interacted with Tyler. But the very second time that I interacted with Tyler was on an issue. It wasn't anything that he had done that was misogynoir or anything like that. But there was an issue that was kind of going around that he was lightly involved in, and I was like, okay, man, like this thing's going on. And so, you know, he listened. He was like, okay, we got to get more black women involved with this thing. And I've watched over the last 4 years as these men have developed and have developed an awareness, and it's not that it wasn't there before, but have recognized that in the public platform of the witness, in what this organization is, that it is important for Black women to have voices. And so, you know, having 2 C-suite level executives that are Black women for an organization like this, that is something that is very important. That's something that's and it's not important because I'm important or because Zena's important, even though Zena really is like super important, and Zena really is that girl.
Really is.
I'm not, but like it's just, this is something that is momentous, that's important. So yeah, just want to acknowledge that.
That's love. Thank you. That's love. That's love. It means a lot. That means a lot.
All right, y'all.
I ain't crying on camera, so y'all better end this. I ain't crying on camera.
Okay, Bo's telling us to wrap it up. So
here we go.
Somebody throw us out.
See y'all. Love y'all.
See y'all. Love y'all.
Stay free.
Peace.